Now it's working. Sasquatch. How are you, brother? Good, good, good. Yeah, I had trouble with my comments. A while ago, I got back on. Couldn't see none of my comments. Scallop, Hargut, broken Scottish cake. Hold on just for a second, guys. I got into this message real quick. Oh boy. Now I had to answer a quick message real quick. The auctioneer's son lost his wallet. He's got all his important stuff in there and his money. Hold on. Oh, nice. Hey, Hillbilly. Guys, I ain't gonna be on too long tonight. I figured I'll drink one more beer before I crash. Then I gotta go do the paperwork. Now I gotta head down to the auction house. The auctioneer's son lost his wallet, and he asked me if I knew where it was, if I knew where he laid it, and I told him no. So he's upset right now. So I can't blame him. So they trust me enough that I want to know if I find it. If I find it, he knows I ain't gonna let nobody bother it. That boy will lose his wallet. He'll lose his head if it's one attached to his shoulders. I mean, he's got all of his information, his money. He knows how much he's got in there. I tell you, that boy, yes sir. Well, see, I wasn't hardly around him last night because I was at the back cleaning. So I wasn't up around front anywhere. So I have no clue. What he's done with his wallet. So crazy. It could be still in his dash truck. Might have misplaced in his dash truck. Or he could have dropped it, not knowing it. But they trust me enough because I got a key to get in. And all that merchandise stuff's in there, guys. And he knows I won't let nobody come in there and mess with anything because I can lock it. Now I can see the comments now, Jimmy. That's an honest man right there, Hillbilly. That's an honest man, because most people be dirty enough, man, to just take that money out of there and just piss the wallet. Now, I was at Kroger's one day. No joke. This guy had $120, but his own 20s. fell out of his pocket and it started to blow. I picked all his money up. And I went to him. It was an elderly gentleman, an elderly guy. I said, hey, man. I said, excuse me for a minute. I said, here. I said, you dropped your money. I had it all together and I folded it. And I said, here. I said, here, you lost your money. I said, it just blew out of your pocket. He said, oh, man. He says, I appreciate that. Heck no. But I tell you what, back in the day, now if I was a buddy of mine and he would have seen that, he would have picked it up and stuck it in his pocket, then I have to beat him. I'll beat him all the way to whoever dropped their money, and I see that guy dropped his money. I will beat his hind end all the way to that gentleman and tell him the reason why I'm doing it. You don't do that, man, especially somebody like an elderly gentleman or something, man. That $120 he could have needed, you know what I'm saying? Now, I have seen money laying on the ground, nobody around. Now, I've seen money on the ground, yeah, I'll pick it up, put it in my pocket, because, now, I have found money in the parking lot. I'll get a vehicle. There's one day I got a vehicle sitting a $5 bill laying on the parking lot. I picked it up, it was just sitting there. Just like yesterday, Tim down here, there was me and Tim and his boy. Well, he was mowing. I passed it. His boy passed it. I don't know how many times he passed it. He happened to backing up and look down. He says, hey, he says, pick that up. Picked it up, handed it to him. I said, what was that, Tim? He says, $20 bill. And we passed it. Me and his boy passed it. I don't know how many times. It was in the auction house parking lot. Oh, there's one time I lost my wallet. And just but luck, because I just got off work that morning. That morning. Went home. Couldn't find my wallet. I had it in my back pocket and I was at McDonald's. So I went ahead and hurried up, took a shower, changed clothes, took my shower, and I fall right back down there. Just but luck. There's this guy that I knowed that lived in a group home. He was at this one because he always got cans. Just but luck, he seen my wallet and he recognized who I was. He took it down to the group home. Well, my uncle's ex-wife calls me and she says, Jeff, she says, so-and-so found your wallet. I got it down here sitting at, down here right now. I want to come down here and pick it up. She says, did you have any money in there? I said, yeah. I said, I'm not worried about the money. I said, the only thing I'm worried about is my Social Security card, my ID, my motor card, and there's a couple other cards in there. I said they're important to me. I'm not worried about that. I said, so I had her on the phone, and she says, hey, I said, is everything what I said there? She says, yes, Jeff. She says, everything's here. She says, how much did you have on you? I said, I had about $20 on, but I said, I'm not worried about that 20. I said, that ain't what I'm worried about. As long as I got my other stuff in there, I'm good. Just by luck. He found it. And he recognized who I was. So now I got money on me though. But right now I always check. Every time I go to the store now and get it, I always double check I got my billfold in my back pocket. And I always feel, make sure it's still there. Hold on, guys, I gotta fix this. Well, fudge. Oh, wow. There we go. Some people are honest. Other people ain't, guys. Now, like Tim. Now, Tim will hand me money and say, hey, go down to the like last night. Say, hey, go down and give me some Fireball. Get did that, and I got another guy's round, Royal Crown Apple. Brought their money back to them. Because they know I won't cheat them. Or unless otherwise they'll tell you, or sometimes they'll tell them, just go ahead and keep that, Jeff. Just keep the bills, whatever, change. Excuse me. Oh, I do that. Oh, I'll do that. Now, if I'm going to be somewhere I know that I can trust people, it's going in my front pocket. Because it's so easy. So easy. You be sitting there in the middle of talking. So easy. If somebody's good enough, they can get your back pocket real good, just right, and they can slip that money, your wallet out and get what they need, and slide it back in without you knowing about it. It's just like, I had a friend of mine. I used to get to him all the time. He used to brag about how much he had on him. Well, I told him one day, dude, I said, you keep that up, you're going to get robbed. Because he'll go out and he won't have no less than, I could talk about it now, but he won't have no less than 500 on him at all times. All times. And I told him one day, I said, man, you're going to get robbed one of these days. I said, you're going to be around a bunch of people. You're going to brag how much you got on you, and you're going to get robbed. That's like me too. That's just why I got a lockbox up here. And if I have some amount of money, I'll put it in there and I'll take out what I need if I'm going in town or something. The rest keeps my lockbox right up there. So one day, he says, comes up to me, oh, I got shirt pockets for my shirt pockets, but I just now if Tim pays me, he'll get me to the side, or we'll sit at that table, he'll put his hand down, reach toward me, I look down, he's handing my money to me, and I'll just slide in my wallet. I just don't flash it, you know. But one day he come to me, buddy of mine come to me, and he tells me, he says, well, you know, you was right. And I said, oh, you got robbed, didn't you? Yeah. He says, no. He says, yes, he says, I was lucky. He says, I only had about $200 some on me. I didn't have my normal cash on me. I said, well, that ain't the point. He said, well, I said, that's $200 some you could have used. He says, so now, he says, Jeff said, no, he said, I carry my wallet in my front pocket now, where I know where everything's at. And I said, well, that'd be the smart thing to do. Yeah, exactly, Sasquatch. Exactly. My ex-wife wanted me to get a couple credit cards because my credit was good. I told her no. I'm not doing it. Because I'm not going to go in debt, and you're not going to take me into debt to where it's going to take me the next 20, 30 years to pay them off. No, I'm not. Like I said, if you want yourself a credit card, get you one in your name, not mine. And I said, I best not find out that you went behind my back and snuck and put one in my name. Because I'm not doing it. If I don't got the cash, then I don't need it. My old man taught me that years ago. If you walk into the store, say like this here. If I walk into the store and get this cold one, and I don't got the money for it, then I don't need it. But by the end of that night, I'll wind up with some, usually. Because the auctioneer will say, well, Tim will say, well, you don't got no beer, Jeff? No? Well, here. You'll hand me a 5 or 10 or something. He says, here, go down and get you some. Now, if this pipe don't stay lit, I'm going to put it down. Yes. That's right, Jesse. Because I'm a type of person, I'd rather pay with the cash and I know it's paid for. I don't owe nobody nothing. I don't owe the credit card company nothing. I don't owe this so-and-so person anything. It's paid for straight out in cash. Just like this here. I don't have to borrow the money to get that. I don't think I got to say something to Tim. Tim would say, I'll say something. Tim, he says, well, you don't got none? Well, here, you know, whatever. Now, tomorrow, I'm supposed to be getting a birthday card tomorrow, but he asked me last week, this guy asked me here this past Saturday, he says, Jeff, which one do you rather have, cash or the pie? Because he asked what type of pie I like. Then he says, well, I said, well, man, you don't have to do that. He says, no. He said, I'm being serious, Jeff. He says, whether you have the cash, the money, or whatever. I said, well, he says, the money probably help you out one. I said, yeah. He says, you'll have it Wednesday. So, supposed to be having this thing for my birthday tomorrow, and I told him, I said, well, that'll be between you and me, but he said, no, he said, I'm going to do it in front of everybody. He said, I don't care that's what they say about it in there. I said, okay, that's on you, you know, not on me. Because I forewarned you, I told you, don't do it in front of everybody. If you want to do it in front of everybody, that's fine. I'm not going to stand there and argue with you. So, and then they'll probably have something for me down there tomorrow anyway, so I ain't gonna hold my breath on it, but we'll see. Yes. You know, it's just something that it's just like oh, I'll be right back. This cake. This is from 2018. I still have almost half a bowl of it. I'll probably hold that off for tomorrow. Finish that off. But I doubt I'm going to have time, guys. I doubt if I'm going to have any time tomorrow. I got to pick me up another can. Oh yeah, the fireball's already down there. The beer's going to be there. Well, all fired up is on. I'm still going to be live, guys. I'm going over there and I'm going to bomb him. But I'm still going to be on, guys. We're going to do a double triple here.
Pinto beans.
I added spinach to mine.
Yeah.
I didn't think you wanted that in yours, so I didn't.
I don't know if I would have minded. I think it probably tasted really good with that. The season, whatever she did for seasoning, it actually wasn't too salty, even the broth. But just enough flavor to be wonderful. And I'm joined with some Coca-Cola. Well, hey, Jeff.
How you doing, John?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, John. He got me the last time. I'm gonna get
Doing
him back.
okay. What are you smoking tonight, my friend? I just put in some Irish whiskey. And I am lounging. And it feels dang good. For 2 hours before Pipe Club, we rearranged and cleaned the living room and, moved furniture and vacuumed and dusted and dusting. Just, we want a clean house.
Oh, I want Sasquatch.
Oh, Scottish cake, nice. And you can see part of my cellar.
That's one thing I won't do.
And my boxes for mailing stuff out. Hey, Todd, great to have you in again, buddy.
Hold on.
Oh, I am tired, but it's a good tired. It's not.
I had to sneak over on John's live real quick. Say hi to him. That was all burred up. He's live. But Hillbilly's still in the house. Yeah, that's one thing I won't do there, Jesse. I just sit there and get plastered to the point where I can barely walk. Then, since like last night, I got pretty well lit up. No trouble. Made it to my door, unlocked my door, came in. I looked at the time, said, the heck with it, went to bed. I know, Jesse. I like to pull yank people's change every once in a while myself. Yank. Oh, I do it too. I could be sitting there, there's this one party down there, I could be joking with them. And be dead serious, but I'm joking with them. They used to get so mad at me. So mad. Well, and then Tim, he's over here laughing. There's this one guy who used to help us. And I told him, I said, you know what? He says, what? We're gonna make you a good woman one of these days. Goes back there cleaning. Tim's over sitting in this chair, he's just dying out laughing. I mean, he was sitting there, and we was drinking beer too, and he was just sitting there just laughing. Because that's what Tim used to tell me. And I'm sitting there, and he's getting mad, and Tim's laughing, and I bust out laughing. I said, man, we're just joking with you, man. I said, just come. Yeah, I got my 100 bookshop over here. And I was going to mint to grab it. But I didn't want to get back up. Have you guys ever tried the Sutliff's J4? I think it's an aromatic, man. I tried a bowl over here one night and wow. That's going to be something for a while. That J4 is going to be setting for a while. Probably for the next couple of months. Yes, sir. My all-time favorite. I'm going to have to pick me up another can up tomorrow. Longhorn. Drinking the beer on top of it. What this does too, guys, believe it or not, I chew Longhorn, long cut wintergreen, or Longhorn, long cut straight. That's what I normally chew. I'm going to have to pick me up a can of kayak up tomorrow because when I walk in, the gas station and the drive-through side by side, it's not that far from the auction house. I'll go right next to there and get a can of kayak for $1.75 a can. So I'll probably pick me up a can up and then head over here to the store and pick me up a couple cans of tall boys and then head back up to the auction house. I make one trip, do it all when I go in, so I don't have to worry about it till later. I could do it later, but I just might as well go ahead and do it while I've got a chance to do it, because when it hits 4 o'clock on, it's on. I mean, it's like it's non-stop. But, excuse me, one thing I gotta do is sweep the upper around the office block, take a regular sweeper, sweep it. Yes, the long cut does better, Jimmy. I cannot do the fine cut anymore because it tears my gums all to pieces, man. It's like somebody's taking a razor blade inside my mouth and just cutting it. And right here's where I keep it. Matter of fact, I keep it right there. And if I chew the fine cut, it makes me so sore. This is long cut. I'll show you what long cut looks like here, Jimmy. There's the long cut. That's long cut there, brother. And this stick, as a matter of fact, it does, Jimmy. Hey, Sasquatch. Hey, Jesse. That's what my when I was in agricultural industrial diesel mechanics, where I could work on like mowers and stuff, and these big tractors, combines. That's what my instructor chewed, Levi Garrett. It was alright. I tried it one time. It was alright for me, but my dad, he chewed Red Man. Oh, speaking of Red Man, they make Red Man and Skull now. Red Man Skull now. It's good. Hard to find around here, but it's good. I like the Red Man. It comes in the can like this, and it says Red Man on it. Good stuff. I can't find it hardly up here anymore. I used to chew that all the time. First time they come out with that, and I seen that, I said, "Oh boy." It was long cut like this and everything. And I'm thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna give me a can of that." Got me a can of that, wintergreen. Yes, sir. I was 7th heaven then. But I can't find it up here now. Hard to find. And sometimes these guys would do skull appreciation. I used to go to those, and I'll wait till towards the end, and they'll have me about 10, 12 cans of all different kinds of chew, guys. And I come home with almost a half a bag of chew. I think, oh yeah, I'm happy now. At one time, I had over 20-some different cans of chew in my freezer at one time. I didn't have to want for chew for a while. I never heard of that one, Sasquatch, Jesse. I never heard of that one before. Now, my dad used to chew Red Man, Beech Nut, Red Horse, and there was another one. Yeah, hillbilly. They will. But I like to get hold of some Red Man though, some more Red Man. There's this one they had years ago up here. I don't know where you guys had it there or not, but it was called Aqua. It was chew. Aqua is the name of it. It had one for cinnamon, one spearmint, one mint, and I tried all 3 cans. And I used to tell people, don't buy it. Don't buy it. Don't waste $6 on a freaking can. Don't do it. Ugh. It's nasty. Especially the cinnamon. Now, I like cinnamon. That was nasty. That was just like, no. And you know, and then they come out with this other one. And I forget the name of it. I haven't seen it in the last 15 years. But it tastes like crap, man. It's like taking a piece of cardboard and sticking it in the mouth and chewing on it. Nasty. Couldn't hack it. Couldn't hack it. But I tell you one I like though, and I don't see it anymore. It's called Copenhagen Black. It's got the bourbon whiskey in it. Copenhagen Black. I can't find it now. There's chewing herbs. It's like the same way up here, Jesse. There's this one tobacco store across town, and I like to go to that one because everybody knows me in there. Because that's where I normally buy. But there's one closer up this way towards me, but I don't like buying from them because they're Chinese people. And I don't like buying off of them because they can't understand what you're saying or what you're wanting. But I like the one across town. And they got that herb stuff in there. I'll go in there and they know what I'm wanting. They'll say, well, Jeff, how many cans you need today? Oh, I'll say, oh, give me 2 today. Or give me 3. Excuse me. You know. And you know, it's I stick to the cheapest I can get it, man. Cheapest I can get it. I used to choose a regular skull, but now it's so doggone high up here that I could buy 3 cans, 3 to 4 cans for the price they want for the price of regular skull. It's almost like $7 up here. And I could buy at least 4 cans of this here for the same amount they want for that. Yes, sir, Sasquatch. And I tell you what, I chew a lot too, guys, because I'm down at the auction house. And I'm busy. So I'll stick one in. And this also helps me back off from the pipe and cigars for a while. It kind of helps. And I tell you what, I go stir crazy if I don't got one of these cans. I do. Oh, I'll go stir crazy. Because that's the first thing I'll do every morning when I get up. I'll give me a cup of coffee or water. I stick one in every morning when I get up. I'll be right back and I'll tell you something. I gotta get to the bathroom. Have you guys ever watched that movie Raging Bull? It's got Robert De Niro in it. I got that movie and I've been watching the dog snot out of that movie. Quit fighting, and then he's got his little bar, and then his wife leaves him, goes to jail because he served an underage girl. And he thought that she was 21, and he kisses her and everything, and then gets mad at himself. Oh yeah, I loved the movie. I'll sit there and watch it 2 or 3 times. Even though I got other DVDs to watch, but you know, and then you know, gets out and I heard a lot of talk about that movie. Well, Tim down here, I bought a bunch of DVDs off of Tim, and just like that movie was in that set I got. So first time I watched it, then I watched it like the second, third time, man. It's like, oh yeah, I like it. That's what's on now. That's why on my Alright, Sasquatch. You have a good day tomorrow. Be safe, be well. And I hope everything's alright. And you have a good night. Hey, Hillbilly. You still in the house? Yes, sir. Hey, Hillbilly, I'm surprised you ain't over on John's Live. Hey, Jimmy Tobacco, you still in the house? Yeah, it's just... I just do the lives because most of that, like everybody likes to come in here and just shoot the breeze. Talk about different things. Whatever, what not. Yes. Oh yeah, I jumped over and say hi and everything and told him what I was smoking, and because I was still on this live here. So that's why I just jumped over. I was still on live and say hi. How you doing? So I wasn't planning on staying on too long, but what the heck. Alright, Jimmy. Just want to make sure you're still on your toes. Yeah, that's just what I do here, Billy. I just talk about everything, anything. I don't stop somebody. I don't put no limit on it. I don't. And I just let her fly. Like Phil. Phil's the same way. He's open book. I'm open book. Yep, I was on earlier. Around about 6:30, 7 o'clock, somewhere in there. Got off for a little bit, chilled out, ate some ramen noodles with cut up hot dogs in it. That's what I had. That's what I like to talk about. Oh, you're fun, Hillbilly. You're fun, Donnie. Somebody just sent me a friend's request that I don't even know on Facebook. People. Somebody I don't know, they'll send you this friend's request, and somebody I don't know, I just... Yep. I sit there. And it surprised me, it's so balanced out too. I mean, that sucker's balanced. You know, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, wow. You know, how can they balance something out like that? That is, I mean, I could do real slow and it's just... Everything's balanced out on it. All evened out. I mean, and that's slow. Now I can spin that bad boy. I can't do it on this hand. See if I can do it on this hand. I can sit there and bounce that out on my thumb. That's how well balanced this thing is. And it's balanced out real good on my thumb. Whoever invented these suckers, smart idea. I got that off Tim here the other day. It's supposed to help people with issues. I mean, you turn it sideways, this way, this way, and it still spins. Crazy. I'm just watching my battery level, guys. Yeah, it does me. It does me. You didn't even stick it on the table, make a sugar spin on the table. I gotta spin it now on the table. And it stays in one spot, and you can sit there and watch that sucker spin. Smoking anything tonight, Jimmy? Hillbilly? No, guys, I just got to the point now to where I just watch certain videos and certain lives now. I mean, oh, nice, Billy. That's what I do anymore, guys, cause it just got to the point to where I get burned out on reviews, watching reviews. I get burned out on certain lives that they do repeats. And I'm not being mean or nothing, but cause John made Matches made a video here about 8 or 9 years ago talking about that. To where, you know, if you don't like the content, you don't have to subscribe to everybody that subscribes to you. Nor do you have to watch every certain videos. If that certain video is not up your alley, don't watch it. Lives, same way, don't watch it. If something that is not interesting to you, you don't have to watch it. Don't have to watch it. Don't have to, you know, because if the reviews is not for you, or the Yalbo is not for you, or the certain lives is not for you, you don't have to force yourself to watch it. I learned that a long time ago, and it's just got to the point to where now it's like, if it's going to be a repeat every weekend and out, then I'll quit watching. I'll still be subscribed to them. Oh, I understand that, Jimmy. I know how you feel. And here lately, I've been basically I got this broken in. But I still smoke it every other day now. Not every day, but every other day now or so. I'll sit down, if I got time, I'll sit down and smoke it. But, you know, it's just like me. I backed off on videos, doing videos. It ain't because, you know, I don't want to do them. It's because everybody else has already done. If somebody's already done a review on something, I've got to, what should I do a review on it? When you got 2 or 3, 4 people's already done that review, why should I do it? Why should I do it? Yeah, see, Jimmy, I watch stuff like that too, and I watch, hey, I'll tell you something you ought to watch. Skidmore, Missouri. Skidmore. Ken Rex McElroy. Back in 1981, there was like, he was their town bully. And everybody got tired of him. Well, this last time he got convicted, well, he was supposed to have a revocation, something like that about his bail being revoked. Well, somehow his lawyer got a 10-day extension on that. I don't know how they done it. He done it, but he did. Well, there's the town people was down at the Legion Hall. got together, and what they was going to do, there's 4 people was going to testify against him. Well, he always threatened them. He'll put like rattlesnakes in their mailbox, burn their houses down, threaten them. Well, what happened was there's about 35 to 40 people down at Legion Hall. Look it up, Skidmore, Missouri. Well, they got tired of it, and somebody went in there and said he's down at the. It was a bar, I think it's called the TNG bar or something like that. So they walked down there, all of them. So they walked in there, and it actually talks about it. Walks in there, all of them, to show Ken Rex McElroy they ain't no longer scared of him. Well, this time, yes, we talked about it yesterday, me and you, Jimmy. Well, anyways, this time he was unarmed. This time, him and his wife. But his wife claims that he never done nothing, but yet he's going around terrorizing everybody. He done shot 3 people. He done shot one guy in the stomach and side of his face. But yet claimed he too was basically claiming he was somewhere else when that happened. Got out of that case. Well, when they walked out, 2 people. Everybody followed him outside. There's 35, 40 people. Okay. 2 people went to the car and got the shotgun. Shot through the back glass. Blowed his brains out. So they asked everybody. Nobody didn't see nothing. Nobody never knew nothing. To this very day, nobody knows who shot him. January the 10th, 1981, that was the day that Kent Rex McElroy took his last breath in his truck. They shot him. But see, both guns went off. See what I'm saying? There's 2 people had guns. Both guns went off, but one hit him. Right in the back of the head. And when it hit him, he went face forward. Have any of you got in broad daylight? The movie. In broad daylight. There's a movie. In broad daylight. Has any of you guys seen it? Have you seen it, Jimmy? Hillbilly? I can't think that guy's name. Brian. He played Ken Rex McElroy in it. In broad daylight is the movie. If you haven't watched the movie, you can actually watch it on YouTube. That is actually based on what happened in Skidmore, Missouri. There's another one for you in Skidmore, Missouri. This boy comes up missing from Skidmore. Nobody knows. Everybody kept quiet. It's hush hush. But see, with Ken Rex McElroy, they asked everybody in that small town. They didn't see a daggone thing. They don't know nothing. What? What are you talking about? I wasn't. They all kept it hush hush. They finally got rid of somebody that they should have got rid of a long time ago. He had charges from anywhere from cattle rustling, which means he'll go steal the cattle and hogs and illegally sell them. He got it for rape charges. He got felonious charges. He got felonious assault charges. But he kept getting out of them. And they knew it. The prosecution, everybody knew it. And at that time, the sheriff was 20 minutes away. 20 minutes away. So by the time they called the sheriff and by the time he got there, Ken Rex McElroy was gone. He was long gone. Didn't have no proof till this last time he did, and this last time that he got a conviction. And he knowed. And his lawyer got him that 10-day extension. When he did that, Ken Rex McElroy already signed his death warrant. When his lawyer done that, Ken Rex already done signed his death warrant right then and there. And he thought, okay, I'm going to get out of this. I'm just going to be free again, so I'm not worried about it. Well, he found out that, you know, Jimmy, there's a documentary too. Look up Skidmore, Skid. Skidmore, Missouri. Skidmore. And you'll see all these don't watch that. There's a documentary on there that says nobody saw a thing. Don't watch that. That there's just a bunch of baloney. Look for actual Skidmore and you'll see Ken Rex McElroy's name. Click on that. Click on Skidmore. I got hooked on it. I've been watching these. And look up it In Broad Daylight on YouTube. There's a movie about it. It's exactly what happened and back then. He was going down burning people's houses. So he can get out from a case. He was putting snakes in people's, imitating people by putting snakes and stuff in their mailbox so they didn't have to testify against him. Cattle rustling. He did a bunch of stuff. Took guns around threatening people. It went so far this guy, I forget this guy's name, but he was a store owner. 4-year-old and 14-year-old daughter went in there and the owner accused his kids of stealing candy. Well, that pissed him off. It's just he was called the town's bully. He went around and terrorized this small town and got away with it for the longest time. You still there, Jimmy? Skidmore, Missouri. the mysterious murder. And there's also 2 other people, Jimmy. There's a boy come up missing. And there's this pregnant woman. And the woman went in. She came from another state. Excuse me. Went in. Killed her. Not killed her, but she stole her baby because she was wanting to have a baby. She couldn't have any. Took her baby, cut her open, cut her womb open, took the baby out. Drove her back up. I was at the hospital, and she told her husband that she just had a baby, and they just released her. They just got done executing her here about a month ago. Lethal injection. Got her. Her husband didn't get charged enough because he didn't know. He didn't know what was going on. You know what I'm saying? He didn't know what happened. He didn't know that she went up to corrupt the Skidmore. I think she's from Kansas or somewhere. It was kind of close to Skidmore. Went there, man, and literally killed her. And you know what was all over? It's because this woman, the pregnant woman. Oh, you're fine, hillbilly. You are just fine. Hey, hillbilly. If you really want to get into a documentary, look up Skidmore, Missouri. Ken Rex McElroy. It's anything by Skidmore. Look it up on YouTube, man. And Ken Rex McElroy. Good Lord, I got so addicted for the past 2 months over watching these, and I watch just about every single one of them. But do not watch the one on YouTube called No One Saw a Thing. Don't. It's supposed to be about Skidmore. It's not. It's about Skidmore, but this guy went and took old video footages and put them. And watch it. But watch some of these. Look up Skidmore and watch those before you watch that movie, Jimmy. Watch, when you type it in, it'll come up and you'll see like Skidmore and Ken Rex McElroy. You'll see Ken Rex McElroy. Click on anything about Ken Rex McElroy about these murder, what he done, before you watch that movie. And everything lines up to that movie. This woman that got killed, she was pregnant. She was selling dogs, and this woman's going to come get one of her dogs. That's what started it all. And when she found out that she was pregnant, this woman was pregnant, she was basically lying to us. Well, I'm pregnant too. I'm so far along, because some women don't show. Other women do, some women don't. Well, like I said, all of a sudden, she was working with this woman to the point to where she cut that baby out from her. She knocked her out. She knocked her unconscious. And then she done that. Basically killed her right there in the house. It's on YouTube too. You'll see it. Crazy. But nobody, like I said, nobody wasn't asking. That nobody wasn't saying the word. Nobody wasn't. Basically, those people took the law in their own hands. Because they knew when he got that 10-day extension, they knew that was 10 more days of terror, 10 more days of bullying, 10 more days of people couldn't sleep because of him. So they just say, okay, if they ain't gonna do nothing about it. And then his wife and the lawyer said, oh, he never done nothing. He never bothered anybody. Why would he do this? Not a line. You're fine, hillbilly. You are just fine. But people, I know where I'm from, we had a couple of them called town bullies. And in a roundabout way, he always got out of it. It got so bad that there's several of us people got together. We even went to council, at the council meetings, and said, you got to do something about this, because they're going around terrorizing people, they're going around threatening people, they're going around doing this, doing that, and nobody ain't doing nothing. It's like they arrest him, and in other words, they arrest him, he'll be in there about an hour or two, put a stop on the head and say, don't do that no more. Got so bad, we waited, and waited, and waited. The tables got turned on him. We used to slice his tires. And I told one guy, I said, I'll tell you how to get his tires. But I said, you got to do it when he's not actually around. But I said, you got to watch him about a week. Watch his routine. See what he does, see what time he goes home. See what time he goes to bed, what time he gets up, what time he leaves, where he goes, what time he gets back. I said, take a Phillips screwdriver, a Phillips, not a straight edge like this. Take a Phillips. And I said, go to the side of his tire and pull it out real quick. He says, well, what's I going to do? I said, do all his tires. I said, what that's going to do, I said, every time he goes down the road and it goes around that hole, it's going to let out the air. It's going to go psst, 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 psst. It's going to let that air out. I said, do all his 4 tires like that. And I said, I'll guarantee it. I said, he's going to, I said, he ain't going to go far. He's going to sit on 4 flats. But I said, you got to do it without getting caught. But I said, make sure if you happen to go to his house, make sure he don't got no cameras. Or nothing. Scoop it out. Go up there and talk to him, look around. Make sure there ain't no cameras, no nothing. So it got to the point that we literally ran him out of town. Ran him out of town. It got so bad that he went, finally he went to court. And we had an affidavit against him. And we had enough signatures against him and you know, it got to the point where we had enough signatures and affidavits against him that the judge ordered him out of town. Ran him out of town and ordered him. And then went long after that, we had somebody else doing it. And it was a young kid. Well, I couldn't say young kid. I'll say this guy was probably in his early mid-20s. He started doing it. Well, he started on me one night. I was sitting uptown minding my own business. Cool weather. about 9, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. I always go uptown, sit for a little bit. I'll go home. And I knew this old boy was kind of new to the town. You could tell in a small town, in a small community, you know who's who, and you'll know if our party's from out of town or not. So one night I was sitting uptown, he started on me, and I said, let me ask you something. I said, you're not from around here, are you? No, you got a bicycle. I said, you're not from around here, are you? No. I said, you know, I said, the last person that done this, you're going around picking on people, thinking you're the biggest cock to walk of the town. I said, the last person didn't end too well. And I said, and I told him straight up, I said, dude, you better go on while you're ahead. He says, what do you mean? He says, that sounds like a threat. I said, I don't make threats, I make promises. So I'm just telling you. I said, you're in the wrong town, messing with the wrong people, and there's people in this town will eat you up alive. And won't think twice about doing it. I said, there's been murders in this town. Murder in this town. Nobody don't say nothing. Not a word. We know about it. And we pretty much know who probably done it. But we wasn't there to see it. So we can't prove who done it. And I said, I'm telling you now, man, you better stop while you're ahead. Well, a couple of my buddies happened to come up. They said, Jeff, you got a problem? I said, yep. Looks like we got another bully. He's picking on people around here, and I told them what I told him. He says, well, they looked at him and says, well, he's basically in a roundabout way telling the truth around here. He says, you better quit while you're ahead. And, well, about a week later, somebody come up to me and say, hey, Jeff. Yeah. Remember that boy on that bike? Yeah. What about it? Well, they found him. Oh, they did. I said, where they find him at? Down on the bike path, basically underneath the trestle. I said, oh, they did. You know anything about it? Nope. That's the first time I've heard anything about it. And I said, well, at least he got a warning from me, and I said, at least he got a warning from several people. And I said, that's the only thing I'm going to say. I had a best friend about 15 years ago got killed. At the rock quarry, stone quarry. Bunch of guys killed him because they knew he couldn't swim. Over a drug deal. Over a drug deal, my best friend gets killed. That I grew up with. Broke his neck and throwed him in and say swim. That boy couldn't swim if he tried. Killed him. Another incident. This girl, I was best friends with her mom. 5 boys. 5 boys. And now the 5 boys, there's 2 I went to school with. Killed her. The one boy took the rap for the rest 4 of the guys. Now he's spending the rest of his life in the pen while the other 4 guys walk. Sad part about it was the guy that moved next door to my dad, where he lived at, that's where she was, wrapped up in carpet. And the only way they can recognize her was that she had a tattoo on her ankle. She was fully decomposed. Couldn't recognize her. Just blood. They recognized her by her tattoo. They had about 3 people to confirm that was her. And then they started to unveil how they done it. Started at Mitchell's Park. Kidnapped her there. They went down to the creek. He sexually molested her after they killed her by a rock. The only thing they did, they used a rock, probably about this big around, bust her head in. He sexually molested her, basically had sex with her. And then they panicked, didn't know what to do. So they figured, and the sad part about it was, is where they dumped her body out. It was not far from his house, his mom and dad's house. The one boy went to a friend's house to wash his hands and says, "Oh my God, I don't know what we're going to do. Oh my God." That was his first mistake. He washed his hands real quick. He had blood and stuff all over him. He washed his hands, changed clothes, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. He stayed there long enough to do that and left. Five boys. 2 I knowed. Sad. People. Crazy. Why? And here's something sad about that one. It's all because she wouldn't go out with him. She turned him down. So him and 5 boys made a plan to go out there and kill her. And you know what? He's sitting in prison while the rest of them are out here having a hee-haw all the time. Could they still bring the charges back up on that on them other 4? Yes. Because they changed that law. Because it's got the 7 year that 7-year statute of limitation now. So now they can go back on them for any time if they feel like it. But he took the rap and said that he'd done all the killing. But what gets me is they should have still got a conviction. The rest of them, because they're just guilty as he is, because they're guilty by association. guilty by association. They're just as guilty as he was. It was so bad. It was so bad that there's people, and he was sitting up here. He was sitting in the jail, and there half the towns up there was wanting him. They was wanting him. It got so bad that they had to call the service department in. The service department to back up the police department so they can get him out of there. Because they knew, because the Greenfield Police Department wasn't that big on the force. And they knew if they brought it, because see, they supposed to bring him out the back way and escort him to the cruise then out. But they was all up front. And there's a couple of people standing on the side waiting. Because since he would have come out that door, they was going to snatch that old boy up and eat him up alive. Yes, sir. And it didn't take long for the word to get around to everybody. Every town has got a secret. Every town, city's got a secret to what, especially small communities. They've got a secret that's always been hidden. Always. My dad told me, Greenfield used to have a taxi service. Years ago. This cab driver got robbed. Took him down over the hill down to the creek. Paint Creek. Everybody go down there now. You can fish, walk the bike trail, whatever. But years ago they didn't have it. My dad told me that they took him. This taxi driver got robbed. This guy kills him just for a little bit of pocket change. I said, did they ever know who done it? He says, yeah. But he says, yeah, in the way they did, and yes and no. In one way, yes, and another way, no. Because they had to put I told them they had to put your name down and everything. To what address you're going, where you've been dropped off at, and how much it's going to charge you at that time. Well, this guy didn't have enough time to put this guy's name down because he'd been robbed. Just for a little bit of pocket change. Kills him. I know a woman years ago, I was a kid then. I was probably about 5, maybe 6 at the time. This woman, I've told this story before. That a woman took 2 of her kids down to the creek and drowned them. Kills them. Her and her husband. And then why it was all over? It's because they could not afford at the time to feed everybody. Then I guess the way that I understand is she had a couple more kids. Did the same thing. Well, this last time she done it, this is back in the 80s, guys. Back in the 80s. They didn't have, this technology we got today of DNA, and they can go back and trace the curve back, whatever. We didn't have all this back in the 80s. And you have to stop thinking back in about 85, 86, when all this happened. Like they do today, they can trace you back to whatever. But yeah, the last time she done it, she got caught. She finally, she didn't get caught, she finally come out and confessed. She finally come out and confessed it. Because see, what happened was, the first time she done it, it was a boy, it was brother and sister. There was just little kids in. They had to be around my age at the time, about 5. But see, back then, when they did the adult talk, us kids had to go outside and play. But I found out years later, my dad told me that's what happened. Because I got a whiff of it one day. Well, my dad finally... And so now, when she killed the first two, drowned them, see, they floated on down the creek. Because there's certain, now, I could take you to the creek. You got maybe about this really long section that's got calm water. It's calm. Depends on, now, if it rains real good and rains real heavy, all that the area down there will flood out. You can't walk the back trail enough because it floods out. Because the creek rises. It'll flood out. You can't get down in there. There's no way. But if I take you down towards where the trust was at, it's like rapid water that goes over the rocks. Well, at that time, you know, the creek was kind of up when it happened, so they're going to float. Well, I'm better to get to that point. Well, went on. Well, next thing you know, they start asking, you know, the neighbors and stuff start asking her about, you know, okay, where's the kids at? Well, I found out she made the excuse of, oh, I just gave them up, you know, I put them in the system for adoption. You know, it was at the point where I couldn't take care of them anymore, you know, hard times, which it was. In a small community like that, we lived in a little small area called Higginsville. It was basically almost out in the country. It wasn't, I can't think of that word. It wasn't incorporated into the city yet. So basically, it was county. So if you had to call the police department, you had to call the county sheriff at the time. But the local police department came out there. Well, she made these excuses up. Well, wasn't long she came up pregnant again. She had a couple more kids. You got to remember this back in the 80s, guys, about the mid-80s. Hard times. Wasn't long. Those babies disappeared. Just like that. These babies wasn't old. Very old. I say probably about 6 months old. Wasn't very old. Did the same thing. But the way they done it, they did it in the middle of the night, where nobody would catch. Because he used to, if you go down there to the creek, and most people go down there and fish all night. Because they go for catfish and stuff like that. And I used to go down there and fish a lot at nighttime. But everybody knowed everybody. You know, you just go down there and fish and do whatever. But the law will stop, come down there, check, see, to make sure, see what you're doing. You ain't doing something stupid, which I got stopped one night down there. They say, hey, what you doing? And I turn around, they say, oh, hey, Jeff, what you doing? You going fishing? Yep. You got your fishing license on you like usual? Yes, sir. I said, now what do you think I'll come down here and fish at nighttime without my fishing license? They said, yeah, we know that, but there's a lot of people come down here and fish without a license. I said, you know, I'll come down here at nighttime to fish catfish, because they know my usual spot. But anymore, they're strict. Well, this last time she done it, it got the best of her. Well, he was just as guilty as she was because he was in the midst of it. Because, see, she couldn't drive. He did all the driving. And you know, I'll be doggone. They got out of it. And you know how they got proof at the time that they both actually done it. There wasn't no witnesses. There wasn't no proof that they actually done it. They pleaded insanity, incompetent, which they got by with it. Because, see, like I said, they didn't have all this technology as today they did back in the 80s. I seen people murdered, and that was sad though. I seen the guy hung. Couldn't find him. Another best friend I used to run the bars with. He couldn't take life no more. The people, he lived in an apartment complex, he lived upstairs, and the people downstairs kept complaining about a foul smell. It come from upstairs. I used to run the bars with this guy. He had a handwritten note. And the only thing he said was, "Lord, forgive me for what I'm about ready to do." They went up there, it was strong. It was strong. The foul odor was strong. Death. I know what death smells like. If you ever experience death, the smell of death, you don't want to smell it. Because if somebody would happen to die here, I could smell it. I can walk past the room and say, well, somebody died. The side part where they found him, they went in. Couldn't find him. The last place they looked was in his closet. That's where he was hanging. And he'd been there for a minute. Been there for about a week or about 2 weeks. Like that. Greenfield's a small town, but some people in that town is no joke. No joke. I've seen stuff in my days, in my younger days, teenager in my 20s, that I could sit here for the rest of the night and tell you, and you're going to say, oh my God. Seriously? You know, really? Yeah. I seen the guy get stabbed one night. I seen the guy get his head completely busted on concrete. Blood just gushing. Me and a couple guys moved him, so he done drowned in his own blood. Saved his life from it. You know what I'm saying? I've experienced stuff, seen stuff that, my God, I wouldn't wish nothing on nobody. Not even my worst enemy. I wouldn't wish nothing on them. I wish them happiness and health, good happiness in their life, but not do something dirty, that bad, somebody. I have been stabbed. I have bullets grazed me up in here before. I've got scars to prove it. That's why I don't shave my head. Yes, I've been in crossfire. I have. Like I said, I've been stabbed. I've been grazed by bullets. I've seen some crazy stuff. You think these big cities here all the time, like, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, or whatever. Oh no, Jimmy. Oh no, Jimmy. No. You have to remember, I used to be a nurse aide, and I used to be an EMT. It doesn't bother me one bit. I'll tell you what happened to me one time. I was on the squad. Get this. Got a call on Roberts Ford's Road. Bad accident. It was a bad car wreck. Got there. It was gruesome. I mean gruesome. And then bad part about this, I know the guy. Well, come to find out before I tell you what happened. Him and this other guy, which I knowed him, was drinking pure moonshine and beer all day. So what's he do? He told his buddy that he's gonna go steal a car. He steals it. Took him on a high-speed chase. High-speed chase. Winds up out here there's a road called Robert Ford's Road. He hits a guardrail. He injects. His head hits the guardrail. And guess what happens when his neck hits the guardrail, guys? Off with the head. I ain't kidding. His body's here. His head is way over here. It bounced like a basketball. Talk about gruesome. You're actually looking at a body over here with no head, and his head's over here. I walked over, seen who it was, and I looked at my partner and I said, I know this guy. They said, you do? I said, who is so? I said, well, so and so. Well, can you tell them that? And I said, yeah, I'll tell them. So I walked up to the officer and I said, I know who this guy is. Mentioned his name. He says, because he really didn't see, the only thing he was seeing the body. He didn't see that, his head's over here. He says, are you sure, Jeff? I said, yeah, I'm sure. I said, I know him. I said, matter of fact, I said, I seen him earlier today. He was drinking with so-and-so. He says, you sure? I said, yeah. I said, come over here. He looked down. He looked at me and he says, my God, Jeff, you're right. He says, that is so-and-so. And I said, yep. And I said, he should not have been dancing with the Grim Reaper. That's the only thing I said, and I walked away from him. Oh yeah, I could tell you some gruesome stuff. I've seen stuff that will make you say, oh my God. Oh yeah. When I worked in the nursing homes, when people pass away, I always help put them in the body bag. Because the funeral director, I know the funeral director, we're like, yes, we're close friends. We're like this. He says, hey Jeff, can you help me put this so in the body bag and help me? I said, sure. Sure, I can do that for you. I couldn't tell you how many people I put in body bags. Couldn't tell you. Doesn't bother me one bit. We had a lady out here where I live. Nobody knew for 2 weeks that she was gone. She was dead. Nobody knowed it where I live. Nobody knowed it. And because, see, I got questions about it. They said, Jeff, have you seen so-and-so here? Like, no, I haven't seen her. I said, she usually comes out, goes down over to Mark's house. And I said, I haven't seen her. Well, when they found her, she was humped over her sink, standing up, for about 2 weeks. Nobody knowed about it. And the only way they knowed about it because somebody called the sheriff for a welfare check. That's how they found her. And see, the case manager is supposed to make sure, and she's supposed to check on everybody down through here, make sure everybody's alright. Now me, I do that on a regular basis out here. Because I know at least 3 people. 3. That they can go in, especially one, can go at any given time. At any given time. Actually 2 people can go at any given time. That's why I stop by their house, or I'll go by the one. I know if he's got his door opened up, or sometimes he'll come to his screen door and he'll open it up. If he's got his door opened up, I know he's alright. There's one day, and I know what time he opens his door up. There's one day I went past there and I didn't see his door opened up, and I got a little concerned. I got a little concerned about it. Went to one of the neighbors. I said, hey, have you seen so-and-so here this morning, any? No, why? He's got his door closed. It's not uncommon for him to have his door shut this time in the morning. So it wasn't long, he opened his door up, and I said, oh, I'll walk in and see you doing alright. He said, yeah, I'm fine. I said, well, the reason why is because you never had your door open this so-and-so time. And I said, I'm just wondering. Just a wondering. They got it. This is what kind of pisses me off out here, where I live. There's this one case manager that we had out here. He made a comment to me one day. He says, well, if somebody dies out here, we'll just move them out and move somebody else in. I looked at him. And I said, you're telling me you can care freaking less, right? He says, well, everybody dies every day. I said, yeah, everybody dies every day, but come on, man. Have some common courtesy. I said, how would you feel if somebody done that to you? I said, that wouldn't look too good, would it? And I said, you better quit talking that crap, because I ain't gonna look good on you, buddy. How tell me that if somebody dies, and then I've been told that people, when I moved out here, they say, hey, Jeff, you know somebody died in his room, right? And what's your point? What's your point? You think I was going to bother me? Nah. I said, you got to understand. I said, I'm used to seeing death every day. I said, how would you like, on a daily basis, put at least 2 or 3 people in a body bag and carrying them out to the hearse to take them up there to the funeral home? I said, how would you like to sit there and dig a 4-foot hole for a burial? I did that job. I had a guy I was working with at the cemetery. He told me, and he told the boss, which was my cousin, my boss. He says, you're going to have Jeff start doing these things. He said, I can't do it. Some people cannot handle doing the grave. Some people cannot handle lowering the casket into the ground and covering it up. Putting the bolt on top and covering that hole up. They can't do it. Some people can't handle the job. It does, and I'm not saying this to be a sarcastic or whatever. It doesn't bother me. Because I'm used to seeing it on a daily basis. I've seen 2 bodies been rolled out of here. One was an overdose. Yes, you're right, Jimmy. Is there any spirits up in this room? Yeah. Is there paranormal activity in this room? Yeah. Yeah. Every once in a while you hear somebody knocking at my door. Nobody there. Sometimes you hear my refrigerator will make a knocking noise every once in a while. It's just typical. Doesn't bother me one bit. And I ain't scared. And I let them know I'm not scared. There's a lot of people don't believe in the paranormal. There's a lot of people don't believe in the spirits. I could take you to Greenfield. When you come up, Jimmy, I'll take you down to Greenfield. Oh, around midnight or so. I'll take you to certain spots. But you have to wait. It's like fishing. You have to wait. And you have to be quiet. I could take you to a few spots. Yeah, a lot of people don't believe me until I took this one party down there by the trestle one night. And the bridge. One night. They said, nah, you ain't seeing no spurs down there. You're just full of crap. Hey. Alrighty, sunshine. Wherever floats your boat. Hang out with me sometime. I'll show you. But you have to go on certain nights. Not every night, but you got to go on certain nights of the week. Especially in the summertime. So I took him down there one night because my dad always told me that there's 2 people jumped off the trestle down there. It's the big trestle. He says every so often you'll see the ghostly. Can't use your headlights. There you go, Jimmy. So one night I said, you can't use your regular headlights, you gotta use a flashlight. I don't know why. But took him down there on a particular night. Warm night, cool breeze, warm night, be like 70-something degrees outside, nighttime, cool breeze. Took him down there and I said, now look, and I said, now I want you to listen to me real close. I said, we're going to walk the bike trail to that trestle. And I said, when we get almost to the trestle, we're going to stop. And I said, we're going to turn our flashlights on and don't say a word. I said, you go I said, you have to kind of look kind of quick. Because it'll kind of move kind of fast. It'll go from this trestle in the middle of this road. Because the bike trail is a road back there. You can ride your bike or walking. I said, you gotta be patient and be quiet and watch. You'll see a woman come across real kind of quick. And she'll stand out there and she'll walk towards you. He says, oh, you're full crap. I said, okay. So we went down there and parked the car, got out. Well, the police department come around. They said, hey, you guys okay? Yeah. I said, I just come down here. I said, we're going fishing. And I said, I'm just trying to remember my one certain spot down here, which I was lying. So just like he had his fishing license, I had mine. So we pulled him out and showed it to him to prove it. He said, alright, you guys be careful, be safe. And he looked at me, he said, oh, you're Jeff. He says, never mind. He says, you know the territory down here. I said, yeah. I said, I know all the way around this area. He said, alright. He says, you guys be careful, be safe down here. He says, there's been a couple of outballs down here late at night. And I said, alright. He says, if you have any trouble, you call. I said, alright. They left. Just in time. Just in time they left. As soon as we turned I said, now turn your flashlight on. By the time we turned our flashlight, here comes this woman. And she's dead center in the middle of the road. I looked over at him, man, he's as white as a freaking ghost. I mean, about what is this? I said, don't do nothing. Don't say a word. Don't freaking scream, and don't you dare pass out on me. And I said, now, she'll walk so many feet. And I was whispering. I said, she'll only walk so many feet and she'll disappear on you. And I said, now, if she walks any closer, set your flashlight off. Because down in that area, it's pitch black. And I mean pitch black. You can't see nothing but black as my shirt. She got about, I don't know, probably about 2 feet in front of us. I said, shut your light off. I said, you shut it off. I said, if you turn it back on, she may be standing right in front of you. But don't panic. Don't panic. Since we did that, and I was right. She wasn't standing in front of me. She was standing in front of him. Like this, face to face. I said, now shut your flashlight off again. And I said, if you do it, I said, she'll disappear. Boy, I have never, and when he did that and turned it back on, I have never seen, I mean, I walked back up to my dad's house. This old boy took off. I said, well, where we going? He says, forget you. He says, I am out of here. I'm going. He says, you can walk home. He says, I'm going. Alright. So I turned my flashlight back on. I'm walking up through there. Barry walked up the hill. The police come back down. This Jeff. I said, yeah, you alright? I said, yeah. I said, my buddy just got scared crapless, man. Oh, he seen the woman, didn't he? Yep. I said, he left me high and dry. I said, now I gotta walk over to my dad's house. And I said, I really don't feel like walking that far. Well, really wasn't that far. He said, oh, come on, get in. We'll take you over. I said, alright, I appreciate that. A couple days later, I caught up with him. And he says, oh, man, he says, that's the first time I've ever seen anything like that. I said, well, let's go over here across the bridge here. And I said, I'll really show you something freaking spooky. He says, Really? I said, but this time you're not leaving because you know what? I said, you're going to hand me your car keys because you ain't going nowhere on this one. He says, well, when am I going to see you? I said, well, I'll have to show you. I ain't going to tell you. You're going to have to see it to believe it. Well, we went down there and across the bridge. When you cross the bridge, there's a spot on your left-hand side where you can pull in. And you can far pull, I mean, there's a gate there, but you can pull in far enough without your car getting hit. And I said, and I told him, I'm not going to tell you the story behind this until you see it for yourself. He said, alright. He says, so went on, got there on this particular night. I said, it only happens about once, twice a week, but it happens on these certain days. But I said, I'm going to take you tonight because it usually happens on this night, but it only happens between 1 and 2 in the morning. 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when this happens. So we did. And I said, the only thing you got to do is just stand outside your car. That's it. Alright. So we were sitting there. And it was getting close to 1 o'clock. Because I told him how it was between 1 and 2. It always depends. If you're lucky, you can catch it. Got out. Standing there. And all of a sudden, he says, Jeff. I said, what? He says, who's that? He says, who's that woman, that baby walking? I said, huh? I was messing with him. So he said, what? Look, there's a woman pushing a baby stroller. And it looks like her face is all messed up. I said, oh, that's her. Do what? I said, that's her. And what she was doing, she was walking across the bridge. And when she walked, because when she got in the middle, that's where the creek is underneath. And like she disappears. He says, Jeff. He says, what's up with that? I said, here's the story behind her. And I said, you're going to see her again here in a minute. But in the meantime, I said, she's going to walk back. But she was pushing a baby stroller, but no baby. I said, the story that goes on her is that she was crossing the bridge and she was going to commit suicide with her baby. Because for the simple fact that she didn't have no way of taking care of the child. And she was not going to give that baby up. So the best way for her to go out is for her and her baby to go both in the baby stroller. And I said what she done was, I said she left the baby stroller there in that exact same spot where she seen her disappear at. She left the baby stroller there and she took the baby out and her and the baby jumped over into the creek and died. And I said what she's doing now is she's come back and she's looking for her baby. That's why her face is all mangled up, beat up, is because she fell over the bridge right there. Jumped over it. And now she's come back with that baby stroller looking for her baby. And I said, here's the thing, and we went to town. By the time we had Daddy's at the time where stores opened up 24/7, we went in there, got us pop and something to eat, some subs, cold subs, and some chips and some pop, and we sat out there in the parking lot, and I said, there's been a lot of people that's jumped off that bridge. There's been a lot of people that's jumped off that trusses down there, commit suicide. And I said, the reason why that most people comes back, they ain't come back hunting somebody, they're come back looking for something. They're looking. And they ain't going to get it done until they're happy. But they're always coming back looking for something. That's one of the reasons why they do that. There's one night I was sitting out there about this time in the morning. And I'm looking out there in the road, and I see somebody passing, walking. Just walking down 22, going in town. I get to look, and I think, now wait a minute. There's nobody ain't that crazy and that dumb is going to walk 22 at this time of night, 12:31, 2 o'clock in the morning. Unless you got a flashlight or something like I got here. And normally if somebody's walking home or something, they'll have a flashlight. Well, it wasn't a person. It was the old friendly ghost, somebody. Because there's been people that's been hit on 22. Been hit. Crazy stuff. But like I said, there's a lot of people don't believe in them. There's a lot of people that will not. So now there's no such thing. Okay. There's no such thing. Okay. Because a lot of people don't believe in the spirit realm. A lot of people don't believe in the paranormal. I like to go up to the Maysville. There's a prison here in Ohio. That's no longer in production. It's a prison. They say that there's a lot of paranormal spiritual activity going on in that prison. Now I think it's the old Maysville prison where they done the St. Shaw Redemption up here, Maysville, Ohio. I'd like to go to that prison just one night. Just one night. Be locked in there for 24 hours. Or at least 12 hours. At night. From as soon as it gets dark here around about 9 o'clock. Now. From 9 o'clock until probably about 6 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to roam that prison. Every square inch of it. Just to see. Because if you watch a lot of these YouTube videos on paranormal, I'll guarantee you 9 times out of 10, there's somebody else making that noise. Because you ever watch on camera, watch these guys on camera, you may not see a certain party for a minute. Because they're somewhere else in that vicinity of wherever. And they're making that noise. Now, is there a local paranormal around here? People does? Yes, I know them. I'm friends with them. I've been wanting to go with them sometime just to see how things go. Just for the fun of it. I'm not scared of anything. The only person I'm scared of is the good Lord. That's the only person I'm scared of. Hey Jimmy, what's the temperature where you're at? If you're still in the house, Jimmy, what's the temperature down there? And then I'll give you my temperature. I'm going to be on here for a couple more minutes, guys. I didn't realize it's going on 1 o'clock in the morning. Now I gotta get up early, guys. Hillbilly, Jimmy, you guys still on? I just make sure my alarm was set for 11:30. Is anybody still on? Jimmy, it's 37 degrees here in the high. 37 degrees. And Jimmy, next time you call me, there's something I'm going to ask you. Matter of fact, I'll ask you. But I'm going to wait till see what happens after June. Excuse me. If everything goes right, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm sorry, Jimmy. It's my doggone internet up here, brother. I'm sorry. It's pretty bad I got my heat on. No, Jimmy, I was seriously thinking about if everything goes right and I get everything through after June, if my stuff goes through, I was thinking about moving down there where you're at. Seriously. If everything goes according to what I'm thinking, I'm seriously thinking about moving down there where you're at. So I know it gets hot. Sorry. Oh, here we go. Oh. Oh. I do this every time. Yes, I keep a bag beside me. I keep a bag beside of me for the beer cans. And yes, this does hold a 24-ounce can. So I'm taking this with me tomorrow. Yeah, I know, Jimmy, but sometimes, man, if it's lagging, I don't like for it to lag. I hate that. I'm gonna fix me a cup of coffee real quick. Be right back. We still got plenty of time. Yeah, I like barbecues myself there, Jimmy. I really like it. Oh man, my allergies kick my hind end quicker than snot. Hey Jimmy, I tell you what you do with your cigars. If they get down so far to put them in a pipe, smoke them out way. I used to do it. Oh. Now I'll sneeze like crazy. Now if I use certain foods or I drink certain stuff like a beer or something, a certain beer, I'll sneeze my head off like crazy, man. I'm still getting used to this country gentleman as far as packing it. Well, I like to live in Florida because it's hot weather up here, man. It's freaking crazy up here, and it is. I used to tell people that moves to Ohio. I used to tell them, well, welcome to Ohio weather. You never know what's going to happen. See, it's like my neighbor over here. He'll drink alcohol and don't drink nothing behind it like coffee or water or something, man. And he wonders why he ain't feeling good half the time. I got the Raging Bull. I know I said it earlier. I don't forget. But I just hit play again. So I'm just taking awful gratitude now while I got a chance to talk to everybody because I'm going to be busy tomorrow till late. So I should be on tomorrow night if I'm not plastered like I was last night, man. Woo! Lord have mercy. I come here. I was like to open my door up. Come here and sit down for a minute. Now I'm starting drooping up because I drank too much. And I think, dag, man. I went to bed and I think, well, I'll lay here for a few minutes and I'll take my clothes off, right? Slept till 10 o'clock this morning. I'll take me a nice cigar with me tomorrow. After I get my paperwork done, I'm going to take me a real nice cigar with me tomorrow. Cigar. Well, I'll go ahead and cut it. Then when I get down there, I'll go ahead and go get what I need to get. And I'm going to sit up there, take me my lighter with me. And then I will sit there and smoke a cigar and drink a few beers. I'll take my koozie with me. That Scottish broken flake, man, I'm going to have to start drying that out, man. I should have known better not sticking this pipe without drying it out. That's better. Like I said, I gotta get used to know how much to pack in this pipe. Sometimes I can pack it just right, other times, man, I pack it too tight. And I'm trying to get that right feel to where it'll smoke right. No, certain foods I eat, Jimmy, or something I'll drink, or certain foods I'll eat, I'll sneeze my freaking head off. And then if I go outside and then the freaking pollen, hold on, Jimmy, I'm gonna get me some haunted bookshop. This here is starting to really aggravate me. I'll set this back to the side. That's what I'm doing now. It's stupid me, it's no rookie mistake that don't let your tobacco dry before you smoke it. I'll set that to the side. I'll be right back. On the bookshop. Now I know how much to pack in this pipe. There we go. Oh. Jimmy, I got an old saying. If I didn't hurt, I ain't breathing. Oh, that's better. That's better. Sometimes I'll use the Frank method, which the handshake of a baby, the handshake of a woman, and the handshake of a man. Or I'll just sprinkle in there. The other method I just sprinkle. Or the other method I'll put in there and just shove it in. But I'm getting the hang of it though, on this pipe. The other pipes I already know how to pack those ones. Alright, Jimmy. That's true, Jimmy. It's just every pipe's different. Yeah, I just gotta get it. It takes me a little while to get used to it. Once I get the hang of it, then it's on. What the heck? I have something in my coffee. That's scary. So he's all still on. Besides Jimmy. Be right back. Well, while I was at it, I went and got me some water. I got me some lemonade packets over there too. That's one thing I do, Jimmy. When I get done with the beer, I'll drink me a cup of coffee, and then plus I'll drink me one of these here. I keep these Gatorade bottles because they're perfect for my water. And I'll drink 2 or 3 of these. Now the Honda bookshop, I put in this pipe here, man. I can smoke it just perfect. Oh, I pulled out my cigar temper out that I got from Tobacco Pipe International. And I got to message him sometime because I got some of these, the wrappers, these here. I'll send it to him and he does this to them. But that's going back in there because I don't fit to that one too well. Oh, that one does. This one here came from Temper. It's got that scoop on the end of it. That's what I like. I keep this one here close to me because this fits this pipe just perfect. But I'm thinking about go ahead and right here, even if I cut that off. Because my other one, here's my other one. This for the bigger pipes is way too big for this. But here's my bigger pipe stand. Here's this one. Now, of course, I got this one right here, too, from Garbage Man Piper. Let me think of his name. His name's Eric. Road King, I do believe. He can make it like this here. I'm going to see if he'll still do it. I'm going to see if he still does these. If he does, I'm going to get one that says the hot pipe. I'm going to get one that says the hot piper on it. But he makes these perfect little pipe stand. So this is what hosts my Friday's Trevi pipe. It stays on my desk at all times with this pipe. Now let me see if this other one perfect. There's more than one way to skin the cat around here. I might take my Golden Duke with me tomorrow. I talked great about Golden Duke. But then again, that might just take me a cigar. But I have to watch though, because I got an inside pocket. I'll put it in there, but I have to make sure it doesn't break on me. Hey, Tony. What you doing, my brother? Doing good. Smoking the Country Gentleman with some hunting bookshop. You can't go wrong with it. Fits perfect in the little pipe stand that Hillbilly Piper sent me. Which that there stays this little pipe stand stays, the Country Gentleman stays on my desk. The Friday Trevi, it stays on my desk. With the custom cob. Not custom cob, what the heck am I talking about? The custom made for English blends. This is the bigger one. The bigger one, which that's fine by me. This also stays on my desk. So it's sitting. Hey guys, I'm going to tell you a little trick. I talked about this in my earlier live today. This might come in handy for you guys. If you got an old candle thing, this is an old candle thing for holding for candle. If you have one of these guys, and it say that counts down to here, clean that baby out. And what I do is I'll put hot soapy water in my sink, and I'll put this liquid, do the same thing this, and let it sit in there for about 5 minutes, so I'll make sure all that candle smells out. Then I rinse it out, wash it out, and rinse it out. Yes, Jimmy. He does these. But he can have it custom made to where you can have your name on there. Then I wash it out and let it air dry. And guess what? This is my Frankenstein jar. This is my backup jar. What I mean by that is if I got less than half a bowl or so, I put it in here, and I had this thing filled up 4 or 5 different times, guys, because it's got that seal in there. And then what I do is this is what I call my Frankenstein backup jar. And then let's say I run out of tobacco, right? And this is already filled up, clear up. Guess what? I still got tobacco. And my cigars, I may smoke them down that much. I chop them up, put it in there. There's already a cigar in there. Chop it up so when this fills up. This is my Frankenstein backup. So if I happen to run out of tobacco, I still got tobacco. So how you been, Tony? My sinuses are messing with me tonight. I just got done. Oh, hey, Tony. Check out this 24-ounce koozie for the beers. Unzips. Slide your beer in there. Slip that baby back up. This is going to me tomorrow. Well, today or tomorrow, today. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I got to do some paperwork tomorrow for my recertification so I can have a roof over my head. I can do it tomorrow, Thursday, but I'll let do it tomorrow to get it done and over with because I got to be in town. I ain't going to have time this week because we're going back to regular auctions. So, yeah. On the bookshop. It's got Burley, Perique and Virginia, which is up my alley. And with my 860 smoking it, he's spot on. And this is what I do, guys, with my Hunter Bookshop. I got a bigger jar from Dan Lopez and a smaller jar from Hillbilly Piper. This is what I do, guys. I put so much in this little jar, because this is my Hunter Bookshop jar. I put about enough in there, I think it's maybe about 4 or 5 balls, and I put the rest in my cellar. That's why I don't have to sit there and smoke it all up. This country gentleman's almost broken in. I say another about 4 or 5, maybe 6 bowls in this bad little bad boy. We good. Cause the only thing is now I learned from Aristocop. I learned this from him. The only thing is the corn cob is the bowl. This here is just corn cob. That's it. This is wood called birch wood that goes into the corn cob into here. That's it. This here is just the corn cob itself. This is the wood called birch. And let me tell you, you can smoke the dog crap out of a corn cob and still be good. I think it was RD. He said he smokes this and throws it his way. Why throw your corn cob? You can ring. If this gets full of cake, you can ring it out. There's Cyrus up in the house. Yes, sir, Tony. And last you for years and years and years and years if you take care of them. I got a pipe that's 4 years old, 4.5 years old over here, that I have for 4.5 years, corn cob. He'll get cake. I just go in there lightly, ring my bad boy out, and still smoke it. Somebody misunderstood me in my live here the other night, and I had to re-explain what I meant. I'm thinking about pulling some J4 to set those J4 out. Or Pegasus, big and burly. Who knows? But I had to smoke. I now have some Pegasus here the other night. Well, that's one bowl. Now I gotta smoke another 3 or 4 bowls before I make a decision to whether it's gonna be my regular rotation or it's going to be an occasional. Then I'll give you guys my final thoughts on it. Because I'm one of those type of people that I don't give my first Okay. Okay, Jimmy. But it's gonna be a minute though, guys. If I'm lagging, I apologize. Hey, Tony. I still got your pipe. Just come to the Hall Pipe Show. You got yourself a pipe. Jimmy, you got one too. I tell you what, guys. Y'all see me drink from the trash can. And yes, this fits perfect for a 16-ounce can beer. Actual trash can. It's August the 13th and 14th. It starts on a Friday and ends on a Saturday. As the website says, it starts at 5 o'clock till 10 on Friday, and I think it starts on Saturday at 9 o'clock. Double check. Only thing you gotta do is type in the Ohio Pipe Show 2021. That's it. Hold on, guys. Okay, guys. We're going to do a special treat. Since it's officially my birthday, we're going to do something very special. And I'm going to do it on the live. And I got it sitting right here. Just for you guys. Since you guys stuck with me, Jimmy and Tony and Cyrus, why not? I'm crazy enough to do it. And Cyrus, since you're on, I pulled out something. And I'm only smoke this on special occasions. Are you ready? I'm going to show you the tobacco. And I'm going to show you what it looks like. And this came from Cyrus, so Cyrus probably knows what this is. I'm going to show you what it looks like. Oh, dear sweet baby Jesus. I'm going to give you guys one guess. I've said it before that I only smoke this on special occasions. Now I'm going to give you guys a chance to see if you listened before I do it. Since this is smoked down, we're going to clean this pipe out. So I'm going to give you guys the opportunity. I ain't going to tell you what it is. It's backwards. It's backwards. I'm going to sit right there. Now I'm going to see if anybody remembers. And you cannot get it anymore. I'll tell you that much. It's no longer in production. I'll let this pipe set for a second. It's not Carter Hall. And it's not just States meats pie, guys. This is tobacco that I'll smoke on special occasions. And SARS probably know this. This from the 9th of 2014. SARS. If you guys remember, I had 2 tins of it. The Drew Estate Meats Pie is... no. That's the 2018. Alright, I'll give in. It's the Vintage Caesarean. Vintage Caesarean. Vintage Caesarean. And we're going to load a bowl of it. Oh my. Oh my. You know how long I've been waiting on to smoke a bowl of this? And yes, we are loading the bowl. My goodness. Got my mouth watering. There it is, guys. Bowl is officially loaded. Oh, yes, sir, Tony. As promised. So, I will, once I smoke this bowl, this getting put up. The moisture content's just the way I want it. So here we go. I had finished sharing in the past, but not this old. We're gonna see. Oh. Oh. Seventh heaven. Then again, I'm going to do it live probably here later on tonight, guys. I just might smoke another bowl of it. Who knows? Smooth on your retro hell. Doggone it. Cobb, don't fail me now. If any of you guys can grab, it's a unicorn blend. If you can get it cheap enough and grab a hold of some of that stuff, older, the better. And let me tell you, I had 2 tins, not old as this one. And let me tell you, hold on a minute. I'm going to enjoy this for a second. Lord have mercy. Takes you to a whole different dimension. And I can thank Cyrus for it. I really appreciated that. I just can't thank him enough. When I seen that, when he sent me this other tobacco's not there, I'm like, oh, he just made my day. Made my day. Because if you ever get a hold of some of this stuff, guys, you want to hang on to it much as you can. Finish the serum. That beats him. That beats him. And Jimmy, it ain't dirt bar. I wish I had some dirt bar because I'll be in my cellar. And that there would be, I had like 4 or 5 tins of it, and I wish I would have kept about these 2 tins back, but I didn't. Dumb me. But I tell you, you just don't know. When I get that stuff like that there in dirt bar, look out, because it's going to my cellar. It's not going to be touched. Like my birthday or Christmas, New Year's. That's it. I won't touch it anymore. Now, like today, I may smoke another bowl later tonight, may not. And then after that, it will not get touched until 7, 8, 9, 10 months down the road. I'm so to get my cellar built up. I got another box coming in this week, guys. So it's come from James Dumbo. I don't think he makes any videos, but it's a part of my birthday gift, so it should be here either Thursday, no later than Friday. He's thinking that it'd be more of Thursday than anything. But we'll see, because he wants me to do a regular video on it and a live video on it. So I told him I promised and I will. I won't smoke none of it. If it's tobaccos and stuff, I won't touch it. He'll go right myself. Well, I'll keep it out, but I'm just saying, I won't smoke none. If any of you guys got a Facebook, add me on Facebook, because I can get you on this site that sells like the Frog Morton, the Dirt Bar, and all that on these sites, guys. I can hook you up. My goodness. That just floors me from yeah. I wish they still made it, because I'll tell you why I say that. So I'll tell you guys, jump right on that. Quick. Jump right on it. And it's made by, if I'm correct, it was made by McBurn. It was in their HH line. Oh yeah. So if any of you guys want to get on this one site that I'm on, send me a friend's request. I'll get you hooked up. Big time. Alright, got Hillbilly Piper on there. They sell the pipes, tobaccos, people will sell them. Crazy. People giving up the Throckmorton up. Why would you give up McCone's Throckmorton up? Why? I wouldn't. Durbar? Why? I'll be hanging on to it. Because if I would have cracked that Throckmorton up, I don't care if it's Throckmorton on the town, Throckmorton on the log, Throckmorton cellar. Yeah, them McCons, man, I was in the white tea, I just started. When McCons, I was a couple months in before they closed the doors, and wasn't long after McCons closed, Dunhill followed. Crazy. You go on this side, it's called PTTS. They just shorten the name. And watch them. They'll say it's up for discussion, so when they say it's up for discussion, then you PM them, which means a private message, and you guys can talk about the price. They just can't do it on the site, put the price, because they get in trouble for it. So what they have to do is they got to say up for discussion. You'll be surprised what you'll see. Seriously. It's crazy, but people sell it. And sometimes they'll sell 4 or 5 tins of the same. Like Dirt Bar or Throckmorton or Early Morning Pipe. Hey Tony, if you got a Facebook, look me up. I'll get you hooked over on this side over here, and you might get lucky. Might get lucky. Because these people will sell it. And I tell you what, you hold something out of a sugar barrel, you won't regret it. I had the privilege to try some. You know, I didn't ask for it. It was sent to me. They said, Jeff, I'm sending you a box. Well, I don't know what's in this box. They don't tell me what's in the box until I get it in my hands and open it up. Crazy. But yeah. I'll tell you something. I'll tell you a little secret. Peterson's got the standard mixture. And the Peterson came out with standard mixture. But I hate to say it, it's not as good as the Dunhill standard mixture. I'll tell you that much. So I have both. And who wins? Dunhill. Seriously. Because I had some sent to me. I did a review on it. And I had the Peterson. And the guy that sent me the package with the Dunhill, he says, man, he says, I should have kept that. I kind of laughed about it, and I said, well, I didn't twist your arm to do it. You're the one that sent it to me. I didn't know you were sending it to me. You know, you know what I mean? I didn't know. Oh, by the way, guys, I do got the list. And the reason why I say the list, look, see these blends? They made the list. Like Bog and Barbribia, Oh yeah. Um, the fourth generation 1897 is good. The anniversary flake from Hearth and Home is good. Presbyterian Oric Golden Slices, the red tin. A lot of people, there's a love-hate relationship there. You know what I'm saying? It's a love. Some people love it, other people don't. The Bankers, James Fox, the Banker. If you love cigar leaf, it's got a cigar leaf in it. Just my regular name, Jimmy. Here, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll type it in. Hold on. I'll type my name in, and usually, if you're hooked up to most guys from here in the YTPC, like Garbage Man, Piper, Simon, and all them guys, they're on my Facebook. I use there's my real name, guys. That's what I use. That's my real name. A lot of guys know me by my first name, but they don't know my last. There's few people that's got my personal number, but I'm not going to put their names out there. But there's a couple of them that's got my personal number. We text or call. I just do it out of respect. But, yeah. And trust me, if I smoke 4 or 5 bowls of blend and I recommend it, yeah, go for it. Because I'm not going to do it on first time impressions, the first time basis. Say, yeah, this is good, but I'll give you my opinion, but it's up to you to do it. Because I'm not going to, because my palate changes, guys. It changes from time to time. I could do, say like for instance, I could smoke a bowl of it. Say like I got plenty of it, right? A bunch of it. I might give you my first impressions of it, and then maybe I smoke 4 or 5 bowls, and then maybe on my 6th bowl, I'll give you my final review on it. My palate can change at any time. Because the way I do it is I can say, yeah, I'm going to put this in my regular rotation, or it's going to be like, nah, I'm going to put this in my occasional blend section, because, which means I'll smoke this on occasion so it gets put to the back. It'll be one of those type of blends that it'll be like a change of pace. That's the way I do it. I don't go by the ratings, like a 4.5 star, 5 star, this is good. I don't do that. It's either I like it or I don't like it. It's either it's in my regular rotation or it's in my occasional rotation. That's how I do mine. Because there could be some people. There's some people's got about a palate. We got almost like the same palate. And of course, with the change of weather too, it's like now it's 37 degrees here. So okay, I'm going to smoke a vapor. It's a Virginia Perique or a Virginia Latakia, which is like the same with out Davis Lake. I'll smoke out. You see what I'm saying? There's certain seasons or certain times. Now, when it gets hot outside, I may smoke Birdie Light without a bite. It's a very light aromatic, in which I do recommend that one because it does not give you no tongue bite. It's easy on the palate, very light. It's a vanilla. It's very light. Great room note. Everybody loves it every time I smoke it. But I don't do that. I don't smoke Birdie Light without a bite. But I tell you what, it's a good component for another tobacco. You can put about a couple pinches with that other tobacco. It's great. All day smoke. You know. But anytime I get a new blend that I'm not familiar with, I will smoke in the cob first before I smoke it in a briar, because I don't know if it's going to. Yes, Tony, I like arrows. It depends on what it is. Except for, I love my arrows, except for any Captain Black blends. Now, the vanilla, except for Captain Black. Now, the only Captain Black I can smoke is the Captain Black Royal, which is almost close to Lane 1Q. I'm just saying, everybody's got their own different taste. But you very rarely you ever hear me compare a tobacco to another tobacco. They supposed to have to match. No grape. Good night. I'll take that out in the middle of this yard out here and I'll sprinkle it out there in the middle of the yard. Quicker than it came through my door. Quick. And I'm the type of person, I don't like to waste tobaccos, but you thought I would. That and cherry from Captain Black. Not Captain Black, but yeah, Captain Black cherry. Because I get the taste of cherry cough syrup and the Captain Black grape. I get that taste of that grape popsicle stick. I can't do it. Just can't do it. And then plus I get tongue bite out of this world from it. Bad tongue bite. Now if I take if the Captain Black cherry, now if I take some of that Birdie Light without a bite and mix it with real good and that's set for about a week or two, I'm good. But smoking it by itself, forget it. I tell you what, first time I get that in the mail, I don't know what they do with that stuff, Tony, but man, it's like it's the chemical. It's the pH, man. It's like it's got that chemical burn. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what they do, but better yet, I got a buddy down here. I gave him a pipe a long time ago. It's a briar. And I didn't care too much for this pipe. It wasn't my style. I tried everything to fit comfortable with this pipe. Couldn't do it. And he had 2 corncob pipes that he smoked them so much that this part here was separated from the cob. The shank was separated from the bowl spout. He said he tried to glue it, so I said, well, wait a minute. I said, I got something for you. Gave him my pipe. So anytime I get any Captain Black Cherry or Captain Black Grape, I'll ship it to him. I gave him the basics. How to put it in the pipe, smoke it, light it, temp. But it takes him longer up here to understand what I'm, just saying. So I had to work with him. Because he asked me one day, he says, man, he says, how do you keep your pipe lit? I said, once you get the basics down and know when to temp, I said, it's like almost like drinking a milkshake through a straw. I said, you want little resistance. Not much, but little. I said, once you get that going and you know when to temp, I said, you keep it lit. But you have to do it on your own discretion. Because, the reason why, because you're different from me. And I'm different from you. I said, I've been smoking the pipe for a while. And I said, it took me a while to learn when to do it. But now, I said, I'm so used to doing it, I can keep one lit and keep talking. I said, yeah, don't get me wrong, I still have to relight. But I said, you don't want to sit there and light it and scorch out the tobacco so bad that you can't smoke it. You're going to get that burnt aftertaste there and you ain't going to be able to enjoy the tobaccos. So I told him the basics, how to smoke it, temp, smoke it, when to light, relight, and make sure that the drive toe is cleared. Yeah, Tony, I'll do that in a heartbeat. I'll take the rest of the tobaccos out of there, re-tape it and say, return to sender on that. But I gotta know what's in the box first. And they said, Jeff, what? Because they knew me down here so much because I get so much stuff through the mail. I said, Jeff, well, what's wrong with this? Well, they gave me the wrong product. I'm returning back to them. Yeah. Because I'll use Captain Black Grape and Captain Black Cherry as fertilizer. They're restricting now around here now that you can't put nothing out front now, and you can't do this, can't do that. Crazy around here. But I would use it as fertilizer in a heartbeat. Now, I smoked this here so much now. The first couple of smokes, the bowl got hot. But now it's just a little bit warm. Probably another good 15 smokes out of this, so I'll be good to go. I've been smoking more of this pipe here than any other pipe I've got. That's scary. That ain't me. Because I try to rotate my pipes. So after I get this box, I don't know what's going to be in it, but I should be good for a while. Set that down for a minute. I'm going to grab me a cup of coffee. I shall return. Let me put this stuff up real quick, guys. Got me a cup of coffee. As long as I've been going, this pipe's still going. Crazy. Raging Bull. Raging Bull. Matter of fact, I'll show you. Right there. That's been twice that's been playing tonight. Yes, Tony. Sometimes I'll just stick a movie in and I'll be on trying to catch up with videos or whatever. And just look up every so often, watch a little bit of it and be back on doing what I gotta do. That's probably about the 20th time, 30th time my movie's been played. Love that movie. And he plays that movie good. Yes, I've done that. I've done that. I see this TV back here is playing it, man. It'll automatically it'll play for. If I don't press play, it automatically shuts off. Or usually what I do, close by the middle to the last part, I'll put the TV on sleep. Set it for sleep so it can automatically shut itself off. Because there's been times I woke up, man, the movie's over with, I was thinking, oh crap. I hate that. You get interested and you sit there, fall asleep. Just about done with this bowl. And we just might go back to Haunted Bookshop. Who knows? Who knows what I might do? Hey Tony, have you ever seen that movie In Broad Daylight? In Broad Daylight. Yep. Oh, what's his name? His first name's Brian. He plays the guy that in Skidmore, Missouri. He plays the town bully. And basically what it's about is about this guy. His real name is Kent Rex McElroy. And this movie is based upon the actual murder of him back in July 10th of 1981. If you look on YouTube, and you'll see, look up Skidmore, Missouri, and what the movie is portrayed on is Kent Rex McElroy went around and terrorized this town of Skidmore, a very small community of maybe about 200 some people. And what he done, he used to he got in trouble, like burning people's house, and the people's going to testify against him. So what he used to do is he'll go terrorize them, like burn their house down or put snakes in their mailboxes, so forth and so on. He had a big rap sheet. Look it up. I've been watching these things on Skidmore about Ken Rex McElroy. And so what he did was he went around and terrorized everybody. Well, the last one he done, the last thing he done, he got a conviction on him. And I think it was where he, in Broad Daylight, that is dead on, dead spot on, Tony. Because look it up, and Skidmore. So what happened was he just went on a rampage. Well, the last thing he did, he shot a guy. Well, by the time, because see what he done was, is when he pulled his shotgun out, you didn't know if he was going to pull that trigger or not. You know what I'm saying? So he got a conviction. This time they got him. So on July 10th, 1981, he pushed out his bond revoked. Ratification. It's called a bond in other words, supposed to have his bond revoked or something. Well, somehow or another, his lawyer gave him a 10-day extension. Somehow. Well, there's about 35 to 40 people was at the Legion Hall. Because there's supposed to be 4 people supposed to testify against him. 4 people. And what their plan was, they was going to protect these 4 people. Well, there's somebody went in and said, hey, he's down at the T&G bar. No, it was the T&G Tavern, that's what they called it. They called it Tavern, but it was a bar. So what did these people do? They leave the Legion Hall and walk down to the TNG Tavern, the bar. They walked in and let Ken Rex McElroy know that they was no longer scared of him. No longer scared of him. Well, this time, by luck, that he was unarmed. Unarmed. Him and his wife. I can't think of her name. I think it was Trina or something like that. I knew it starts with a T. Well, what happened was, this time he was unarmed. He wasn't armed. He didn't have his shotgun or his gun on him. So what happened was, he walked out and he knew this time they meant business. So him and his wife walked out the bar, go to the truck. Guess what? Everybody follows him. This ain't about, this is what the movie's actually based on. Goes out to the truck. Everybody follows him out. 2 people goes to the truck, to their vehicle, grabs their gun, but there's a couple other people grabs their guns. Okay? 2 shots were fired. One hits McElroy in the back of the head. As soon as it hits him, he goes forwards. Somebody grabs his wife out of the truck. But she claimed this so-and-so shot him while she didn't know who shot what. Two shots went off. And she claimed this so-and-so did it, but he didn't do it. Well, when the law got there, they started asking everybody in that town who shot him. Everybody said they didn't know. In other words, everybody went hush-hush. Because when they gave him that 10-day extension, they're thinking, okay, that's going to be 10 more days of terror. 10 more days of him doing what he's claimed on doing. So basically, the people took the law in their own hands. And everybody kept their mouth shut. So on July 10th, 1981, guess what? Old McElroy already done signed his death warrant. And he could thank, and his wife can thank his lawyer for that, because his lawyer gave him a 10-day extension on that, and that's when, right then and there, McElroy thought that he's, ha 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 ha, I'll get away with this. But guess what? He didn't. So that's where the In Broad Daylight movie came out, and everything in that movie is accurate. And everything was based up on it. But if you look up Skidmore, Missouri on YouTube, you'll see, don't ever watch the ones, nobody saw a thing on YouTube. Don't watch that one. Don't watch that documentary, because it's full of crap. It's full of crap. This guy took a bunch of old videos and he put them together to make it look like, because there's several people in there, they're not a player in it. Because this guy, he used to have a radio station and he dug into it. And he says that there's several people that's not a player in it. And he mentions their names. They're not a player. Because there's one part in that documentary that says, this woman says, well, I seen this guy shot. He got in a gray van. No. There was no gray van around when McElroy got shot. She never lived in Skidmore. But anything on Skidmore, Missouri, guys, look it up, and you'll see Ken, and also watch them, and you'll see some on YouTube says Ken Rex McElroy. Click on it. And still to this day, nobody knows who shot him. Technically, really. But there's 2 names came up. 2 names came up. But see, his wife and his lawyer claimed that McElroy never done nothing. And she knew. She knew he was doing all this. Yes, they did. Look on YouTube, man. You'll see videos. But don't watch that one documentary that says no one saw a thing. Don't watch that one, because they're full baloney. But the other ones on there, man, I got addicted to it. Of watching it. Yeah, they did it on. And and here's another thing too, Tony. If you ever look up Skidmore, Missouri on YouTube, it also tells you too there's 2 other unsolved murders. Well, actually 1. Well, I'll tell you, I don't know if there's a woman that just got executed here a while back, about a month or so ago, where she went and, that one woman, she was selling dogs, but she was like about 8 or 9 months pregnant. And this woman started telling him she was pregnant too, but she wasn't. Well, she traveled from another state to Skidmore to get a dog over her. She wound up knocking her unconscious or something. Split her room open, grabbed the baby, goes back to the other state, turns around and tells her husband she just had the baby the same day and she's out of the hospital. Well, her husband's trying to put it to... that's just too quick. They don't release you from the hospital that quick after you just delivered a baby, right? They don't do that with anybody. Anybody's got common sense to know that. If your wife or your girlfriend just had a baby in the hospital, they're not going to release you automatically that same day. So, well, here's the baby, you can go on home. They don't do that. Well, she just got executed here a while back, and let me look up her name real quick. Yeah, there's stuff like Skidmore, Missouri, 40 years later. The strange killings of Ken Rex McElroy. Yeah, that movie came out in broad daylight. Came out in 1991. Let me see if I can find the name real quick here. Okay, here's another one. The boy's name is Branson Perry. The Disappearance of Branson Perry and the Dark History of Skidmore, Missouri. I'm trying to find it here it is. Lisa Montgomery. Lisa Montgomery killed Bobby Joe Standen. Her name is Lisa Montgomery. They just executed her here about a month or so ago because she killed Bobby Joe. Bobby Joe was pregnant and she killed her for her baby. She took the baby back to where she was at And Lisa Montgomery just got executed here not too long ago, just for that. And Branson Perry disappeared from Skidmore, and he was a good kid. The way I watched it, he was a good kid, and he went to got something from the garage, or got something or put something back. Well, when he came out, he just like disappeared like in thin air. And you know, still this day, nobody knows what happened to Branson Perry from Skidmore. But the most famous case is Ken Rex McElroy is the most famous. It's the most famous case that's ever been. I mean, if you look at this, and they got, I don't know what the census is today, but the last census I've seen was like 200 some people. This last census, I think, was back in 2000 something. I think 2010 or somewhere in there. Yeah, and Broad Daylight came out in 1991. I've watched that movie several times. At that time, I really didn't notice that it was actually based on the actual happenings of Skidmore. So, there's your little history lesson I gave you. You'd be surprised, like I was talking earlier to the rest of the group here, is you always hear about these big cities like Cincinnati, Columbus, Detroit, but these smaller communities too always has a dark secret. Always got a dark secret. It's just like where I'm from. There's several dark secrets where I'm from. Because why? Yes, Tony. I remember that. It's just like that there, what you said, Tony. It's like where I'm from. I've seen stuff happen. But nobody saw a thing. Just like I told that earlier about this boy on the bicycle. He was almost like Ken Rex McElroy going around bullying people. He was in his early 20s. I warned him one night because he started on me, and I told him, man, I said, you better watch what you're doing, because this is the town that you don't want to mess with. There's people in this town that you're going to fool the wrong run, man, and they're going to get you. All right, Jimmy. Be careful, be safe, be well, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. But yo, Tony. And there's two of my buddies come up and said, hey, hey, Jeff, there's there a problem? I was asked y'all. So I told them what he was doing. And they said, yeah, he's right. You better be careful. Because there are people in this town will rock your world. Well, then what long couple of days later, it was circulating around town. And it was circulating around McDonald's. It was circulating around, and that, and I had a couple of people tell me, they said, Jeff, did you hear about somebody jumping off the truck down here? Or find somebody needs a trussel? No. I don't know nothing about it. And which I didn't. I wasn't lying. This the first time I heard about this, I said, who was it? They said, well, we think it's that boy who was going around on his bike messing with people. I said, I thought, man, I don't wish nothing on bad, anything bad on anybody. I don't care if it's my worst enemy. But sure enough, I found out it was him. But nobody didn't say a word. Nobody didn't come forward. And they was asking a bunch of people. I've been talked to about it, and I said, hey, look, I don't know nothing about it. And I said, I don't know nothing about this. I said, and I don't. I said, I just found out here about 2 hours ago, you know what I'm saying, that somebody got a hold of him. We have an old stone quarry. That sucker's deep full of water. And I'll tell you how big it is. There's old train cars down in there. Old train cars. My best friend got killed there about 15, 16 years ago. And it was over a drug deal. What they did was, I guess there's like 3 or 4 boys. Now this what's been told to me by several people, and what these people lied to me. And he was my best friend. I grew up with him. Well, I guess he owed some money for some type of drug. Well, he didn't have it. So they took him down there, and they knew he couldn't swim. He can't swim. If he tried, he couldn't swim. Well, they wound up breaking his neck, throwed him in and say swim. He drowned. Nobody ain't saying the word. He's been gone. So there's another unsolved murder. And still this day, nobody knows he did what. Nobody saw it. And I know his whole family. He had, I never made fun of anybody, and I won't. He has some mental disabilities. Okay? If you would have told him, there's, how can I put it? If you told him there's such thing as a board stretcher or sky hooks, he'll believe you. His mentality was of a kid. He would have believed you. He said, hey, there's a board stretcher. You can go to Lowe's or Home Depot and you tell them that you need a board stretcher, they'll give you one. He'll believe you. That was just him. I mean, there's times, we went to school together, but there's times I took up for him because there was, teasing him, making fun of him. You know what I'm saying? Because he wasn't up there on the level like common sense, like we got common sense. And there's no such thing as sky hooks. There's no such thing as a board stretcher. Everybody knows that. Or you say, hey, let's go snipe hunting. Yes, there's a snipe. It's a little bitty bird, but it's more down south than it is up here. You know what I'm saying? There's an itty bitty bird. It is an actual snipe. I looked up one day. It's a little bitty bird. Only stands about yay tall. Ain't very big. And, you know, you tell them, man, let's go snipe hunting. Man, everybody knows about the old joke about snipe hunting. You know, you take somebody out there at nighttime, give them bird up, sack and the stick, and you take off and leave them. Well, when I found out that happened, you talk about somebody was tore up. And another boy said, yeah, as soon as I find out who did this, I said, dude, you ain't gonna find out nothing. I'm telling you, this town's too quiet. This town's too quiet. I said, nobody ain't gonna, I said, if somebody, I said, you can be, I told him, I said, dude, you could be standing right next to one of the guys that did it. But I know there's like 3 to 4 guys that got a hold of him. But I said, you ain't gonna know. You could be coming in here to McDonald's, man. And I said, you could be standing right next to the guy that done it. And you think he's gonna be dumb enough to tell you? No. You know what I'm saying? It's just nobody saw or heard anything. I've seen things happen. I've seen things done. I've seen people get shot. I've seen people get stabbed. But see, where I'm from, if somebody's going to do something not dumb and stupid, they'll do it in the middle of the night. Just like I was told earlier, when I was a kid, this woman had boy and girl. Come to find out, like a couple days later, nobody seen the kids. She swears up and down that she told a lie. In other words, she gave up for adoption. She didn't give them up for adoption. She killed them. She took them down to the creek in the middle of the night when it got dark, when she knowed there won't be nobody around. She went down and drowned them. And they was around my age, 5 or 6 years old. Took them down and killed them. And the only way, and the only way they found out she done it is she had another set of kids. But they was like 5 or 6 months old. She took them down and killed them. And then that's when she broke out and confessed that she killed 4 kids. Her and her husband got out of it. Because they plead insanity. And got out of it. Got out of it. But see, like I said, it's like I said too, it's like they didn't have the technology like they do today. Back in the 80s. They never did. They can't do the stuff they can do now back in the 80s. Because they didn't have all this modern technology stuff, see? So they had to go by, you know, witnesses and fingerprints, and then they had to go through thousands and thousands by hand of records to match that fingerprint. Now, the only thing they got to do now is just go through a computer and let the computer do it. See what I'm saying? Back then, we didn't have all that. Computers, the modern computers started coming out. But the computers back then didn't have what the computers can do now. So, it's crazy. Yes, Tony. Cell phones, computers, laptops, tablets. And I think it was either Albert Einstein or one of the philosophers say that in the near future, that computers and cell phone stuff is going to take over. Sooner or later. It's sad. Yes, I'm guilty of it. I'm on YouTube, Facebook, and all that. But no, I got to the point now that all the time on Facebook, I'm on Facebook through Facebook Manager. Hey Tony, you want to hear something crazy about computers? My computer over here, I can set an alarm on night, say for 11 o'clock in the morning, and guess what? When it hits 11 o'clock, my alarm on my computer can go off and wake me up. Seriously. I can set my alarm for 11 o'clock on my computer and it'll wake me up at 11 o'clock in the morning. Every morning. Now that's scary. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. At the same time, I had to take my boots off. Yeah, you get... Oh, yeah. This up TV say change the channel, and they'll change the channel for you. It's getting to the point now to where you can actually tell the TV turn on, turn off, and just like my phone, I can tell it look something up, and it'll automatically do it for me. Like YouTube or certain thing on YouTube or whatever. Crazy. It's crazy with this new technology stuff, man. It's like these smart cars, these electric cars. Okay, you take like these electric cars, for instance. What are they going to do when those batteries wear out? They had to get a whole new set of batteries for that car. And this battery's gonna cost more than that car. Think about it. And people don't understand that. Those batteries gonna cost more than that car's gonna cost. Eventually. You're gonna have to place the batteries in them. Because you only charge them for so long. I mean, so many charges. It's just like an electric golf cart. I know a guy had one. And went by batteries. And there's like 4 or 5 batteries in there. You know. And it cost him over $200 something just for the batteries for his golf cart. And he says it's costing me more money than the golf cart's actually worth. And he says it's a whole lot cheaper to run it off gas or a 2-cycle engine than it's to have to. I mean, yeah, it's got a battery to it, but it's running off a 2-cycle engine. And it says a whole lot cheaper just to buy one battery to do that than. And now, with this pipeline being hacked, people's buying gas up like crazy. You know. And they wonder why. Now I can understand. You know, if you got solar panels, okay, you got solar panels, but they run, and basically, you know, it's hooked up to the breaker box, but it's also hooked up to batteries. And what that solar panel does, it charges those batteries up. Like if you've got on your house, whatever. Is it cheaper to do that? Yeah, it's cheaper. You may spend an arm and leg on the solar panels, depends on how big you want them, or how many you're going to plan on putting on there to hold charge. You know what I'm saying? And then you know, and people think they put solar panels on, it's just that's the only thing you need. Well, you're going to need. Yes. So, basically, they have to replace those solar panels every 5 or 10 years. Every time. Every time. It ain't the batteries. The battery's going to be good. You might have to replace them every so often, but and then, but I know some people play it smart too, Tony, is what they'll do with the solar panels too. They'll buy extra solar panels and they'll have them in the garage or wherever. Alright, Cyrus, good to have you. Great to have you come in. You be safe, be well. Hopefully catch you on the next live, brother. You have a good day tomorrow. But a lot of people too, Tony, is they'll buy extra panels. So that's why if those ones already going out, wearing out, they got an extra set. Anytime Anytime, sirs. But they'll buy extra, and they'll put them up in the garage somewhere where they're safe. So that's why if the ones wear out, they can automatically take those ones off. Yeah, it's like a backup, basically, and that's what they do. And people are going to these little tiny houses now, and or it looks like a shed, but it's more between the shed and the house now. I seen one down here that I would love to, if I have me some land, man, just like a less than a half an acre of land. I would love to have this little house they got down here that got up for sale, and it's got a little porch on it. The windows comes around the curves. It's big enough to put, you know, a bed and like a chair or a little love seat, you know, a little refrigerator. You know, it's big enough for that. Or you could buy a large one where it's got a loft to where you could make a little house out of it. I know a guy's doing that now. He's planning on getting him a small, tiny house, one of these little garage shed deals, and he's going to that because he says it's cheaper. He's having one built. He says it'll be 10 times cheaper for me to do this. Yeah, he says it may cost me a little bit of money because I'm having it done. But he says in the long run, it's going to pay for itself out in the long run. He says I can have it probably paid off in probably a couple years. Have it paid off, you know, and then just pay for my property. Because he says in the long run, he says it'd be a whole lot cheaper to run than what I'm paying now. And he says I can cut my cost in half. Now, which, you know, he's telling the truth. I'm seriously thinking about doing that too, Tony. I'm thinking about getting a small place like that. It's already pre-built, and then just get some property in the long run. So I'm going to see how it goes. If things work out right between now and probably in the middle, between now and August. Because where I live at right now, there's 15 rooms down and 2 around, and there's about 6 inches between each wall. If you go outside and measure, just like, you know, well, if I just get, you know, one of those solar panels or something, man, you know what I'm saying, and get me one of those porta johns, sitting right, like, not sitting close to the house, but sitting to the side of the house, man. The only thing I have to pay for really is just my electric bill, you know. But the only bad part about that is going to be in the wintertime. That's the only bad part. You know, the only way I can prevent it from in the wintertime from that door from freezing up is take me a piece of wood about this thick, or about that thick, and open up that door up to the porta-john and stick it in between the door and the hinge part there. Just keep that door cracked about that much. You make sure that no snow or nothing can get in there to where the door don't freeze up. Because, man, that'll be a bad idea when you got to go. There's a guy that I used to work for. He had this yard barn. It's called yard barn. I mean a big one. You know what I'm saying? It was a big yard barn. It had a loft up here. You could put stuff up there. This is big enough. I had a bed, couch, a chair, a recliner, everything in there, man. It's like, but it wasn't. But the bad part about it was, Tony, it wasn't insulated. I mean, I could have insulated it if I wanted to. And that's what I was trying to get him to do. I said, man, you know, winter's coming up here before long. I said, I'd like to get that yard barn insulated. I almost talked him into it, and then he got to looking into it, and he says, and he didn't pay that really that much. I mean, it was a big one. And he says, Jeff, he says, to be honest with you, he said, I only paid like $450 for that. He said, I got that on a deal. It was used. It wasn't a new one. It was used. And he says, you know, he says it's going to cost me more to insulate that than what it's actually worth. But I told him too. I said, man, I said it's going to save you in the long run. You know what I mean? I had a kerosene heater in there in the middle of the floor. But that there, you can't trust those kerosene heaters anymore, man, because I've seen some of them catch fire. I told him, I said, now what would happen if I'm up there dead asleep and I start catching fire? Then I'll have no way out. You know what I'm saying? So he started letting me stay in the garage where it had a wood stove. And I kept that garage warm. So he says, I'll tell you what, Jeff. He says, I'll let you stay in the garage with the wood stove. As long as you split the wood and everything. He says, you can stay in there and keep that fire going. I said, oh yeah. He had a log splitter. So, oh yeah. He had one of those wood stands where you stuck your wood in even. I had that plumb full of wood. And then I had stuck wood on top of it. Then I stuck 2 rows, about 3 up, maybe 4 up, full of wood. And he asked me one day, he says, why are you doing that? And I had wood outside covered up, and I said, I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing this. And I had like 3 rows in front. No, 2 rows. Stacked 4 high. In front of it. He says, what are you doing that for? I said, I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing it. I said, to keep this garage, because this garage is insulated. And I said, the reason why I'm doing this is because, for the simple fact is, for one, I had it so warm in there that it's like being inside of a house. And I said, the reason why I do that is because I don't have to keep running in and out getting wood and get it so cold back in here again, it'll take forever to heat back up. And I said, if I do it this way, I said, I can keep it warm in here and I don't have to keep running in and out. He said, well, I never gave that a thought. So I said, well, there you go. There you go. And I said, you got to think ahead. And yeah, I have plenty of wood outside. And I said, now, this is what I do. I said, if I use all that wood in front, I said, then I'll start on top of the ring and get knotwood. And then I'll start using like the first 2 rows inside that ring. I said, then I'll start filling this back up again. Stay ahead of it. I said, I'm not going to Yes. I've seen that episode. And I told him, I says, now if it gets halfway down where I think I'm going to have to put wood in there then to fill it back up, then I'm going to fill that back up to stay ahead. I cooked on the wood stove, everything. He come in there one day, man, I had it so warm in there, he says, man, it's hot in here. I kept it cleaned out. I always kept the ice cleaned out because the ice fall down below, and I always kept that cleaned out while the stove was going. And then at night time, when I'm about to go to bed, I take a big chunk. Yes. I always took me a big chunk of wood and put it in there. And I'll last all night. And I told him, I said, once you get this wood stove going, man, yes, it'll take a lot of wood to get it warmed up in here, but I said, once you get it warm in here, I said, it'll burn less wood. And I said, I'll take a big chunk, stick it in there, and I said, I don't have to worry about it till I wake up in the morning. And I said, it'll burn down the ashes. I'll clean out the bottom out and keep the good ashes up here, the embers going. And then I'll clean out the bottom out. He said, he come here one day and he says, I want to see how you going to get this going again. He says, it's out. I said, I know it's out. He says, how you going to get it going again? I said, watch. What he didn't know, I had a 5-gallon bucket of Kindle sitting over here on one side. Kindling. That's what I had. It's kindling. I had 2 5-gallon buckets full of it. I said, what I do, I said, I'll take some of that kindling and I'll throw it in there, get it going good. And I said, I'll take smaller pieces of wood, stick it in there, get that going good, and I'll put a couple medium-sized split wood in there, and I said, that's the only thing it takes. And then I told him, I said, go in there, I said, there's wood that's for your chimney, that kind of cleans your chimney out. You know, there's certain type of wood you can get. I said, pick me up a couple of those up. He says, why? I said, well, I said, I could throw a piece of wood out in there and it'll clean your chimney and your flute and stuff out. I said, there's something inside that wood that it cleans it. Well, this is what happened to his garage. Him and his boy, well, he had a little ember fire up there where the thing went out, the pipe went out. Well, there's a little bit of a fire there one day. I'll put it out. Well, I didn't. I shut the thing completely down. I didn't put no more wood in there or nothing. Let it cool down, cleaned the whole stove out, the wood stove out, cleaned it completely. Well, I left for a couple of days because I had to take care of some stuff. Well, this guy that came out there, he's an alcoholic. Well, they was out there running. I told Steve, I said, you know, be careful with that stove because you know I had to put that out right. And I said, and I made sure it's completely out. What they do, him is his one boy and this guy went out there, and Steve specifically told him, Paul, before you leave, make sure that wood stove is completely out and make sure that it's not burning anywhere. He says, alright, Dad, like, whatever. They went out there. Next thing I know, went out there. Couldn't figure out what was going on. Went out there, dude, and they've got to put that wood stove out and burn his garage down. And he had like $20,000 to $30,000 worth of stuff sitting in there. Just by luck, he pulled out his 1969 Dodge Dart. Something told, because he told me, he told me, Joe says, something told me to pull that car out. Because he had all his car paint, tractor paint, all his air tools, everything. And he says, Jeff, he says, something told me earlier that day to pull that car out from the garage. He said, I don't know why, but he says, lucky, he said, I pulled that car out. And on the side of the car, on the window, had the original price sticker. It was every part on there. 1969 Dodge Dart. And he had a motorcycle sitting in there, and just like he pulled the motorcycle and the car out from there. When I went out there, his garage was completely burned down to the ground. It's all because they didn't listen to what he told them. So now, because my cousin's boyfriend, my cousin and her boyfriend that time was going to take me back out there when that happened. So I had to go back to my cousin's house because I didn't have anywhere else to go. And he told me what happened, and they left. They skied because they knowed. By the time the fire department got there, everything was completely burned down. By the time the fire department got there, but he rebuilt the garage. He rebuilt it and got lucky he had insurance. Luckily, he had insurance on the place. He got everything back what he needed. Then he told me, I went back out there working for him again. He told me, he says, they always called me Hank out there. He says, now Hank, he says, I know you don't got nowhere to go. I said, no, not at the moment I didn't. He says, now. He says, you're going to be the only one. He says, I'm going to give you a key. He said, I got a key to this door. He says, I trust you. He says, now you're going to be and he gave me a recliner and everything, blankets, recliner and everything. He says, you don't have to worry about being, it was summer. He says, you don't have to worry about being cold at nights or anything like that. He said, but I'll give you a blanket and stuff, what you need. And he says, you'll be the only one to be in this garage besides the others. But he says, don't let Paul come in here. Don't let so-and-so come in here. Don't let, he didn't even let two of his boys go in there because he couldn't trust them. Not even his tools. His one boy will say, well, Dad, I know. He says, Hank will go in there and get it. Because he says, Hank knows where everything's at. And he says, if something comes up missing, he'll know it's missing. He says, I let him reorganize where everything's at. And he knows where everything's at in that garage. He'll go get it. He'll look at me and say, go in there and get it, Jeff. Alright. It got so bad, man. It got so bad I had to leave. It got so bad there. I told him, I said, man, I said, I don't mind working for you, but you just got so much drama going on here. The sheriff was going out there and getting called and this and that. And I said, man, I said, I'm not sticking around getting busted. It's easier one of the kids stealing or on drugs. And I said, I'm not going to be the type that's going to be guilty by association. I said, I'm out. I said, I'll come and work for you, but far as staying on your property here. And I said, now if you let me stay up the other place, yeah, just right up the road. I said, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But for me staying down here on this property, no. But see, on his other property, from the road, it looks like an oversized garage from the road. It is, till you walk around. When you walk in, you got a front room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. But from the road, it looks like just a regular garage. And see, he had a farm gate. And when I lived up there on the other property, and I had the key to that lock. The only ones that had the key to that lock was me and him. And he told me when I went up to the other property at nights, he told me, he says, before you go up there and you lay down and go to sleep, he says, lock that gate. Lock it. He says, here's the key for you to get in and out, but don't, he says, under any circumstances, don't let nobody on the property, not even my kids. Not even my kids. He says, you make sure that you lock that up at nights. He says, when you come down here, he says, you lock it up. Unless I tell you otherwise during the day. But you lock it up. Because he says, because he has 6 acres on that land. He had 3 open and 3 wooded. And he has some stuff back there in the back in the woods that people's been stealing parts off his trucks and cars back there. So during the day, if I had to go up there and do some work, yeah, I left it open. Because I was out doing weeding and mowing and stuff like that. But other than that, I had kept it locked up because, and it's pretty bad. And it's pretty bad when you got to lock up the place up. And he had a front gate on his main property too, where he can shut and lock it. It got so bad down there on his property, on his main property, that I had to go up there and I had to keep that locked too. And it got so bad that I had to lock it up at nights, in the evenings, and nighttime. But I had to lock it up before dark because he had an alarm system down through there. That the only time it went off, it had to be dark, nighttime. If you pass one of those alarms, it'll go off. So around about 8 o'clock, a little bit after 8 o'clock during the summertime, when everybody was in, I went up there and locked it. I had to. Because his own kids, at least 3 of them, would take stuff off of them in a heartbeat, especially 2 of them, just for the drugs. So there's one day I was working there, and it was broad daylight. And I was doing something. I was busy doing something. Well, one of his boys showed up, and his daughter showed up. They come in, got what they needed, and they was hauling balls. So about that time, Steve came out, and I seen him leaving. I seen something being put in the back of his truck. Well, they was hauling balls out of there, and about that time, he came out and he looked at me and he says, "Jeff," he says, "who in the blank is that?" And I said, "That was so and so and so and so." I said, I just happened to turn. I said, "I just happened to see out of the corner of my eye and turn just in time putting something in the back of the truck." He says, "Where they come from?" I said, "From the other garage over here." Then it dawned on me. I looked at him. I said, "I better go check." Because he had these expensive rims. Just the rim. They're like $200 a piece. You have 4 of them. There's $800 worth of rims. Walked over there and come back out, and I said, I really didn't want to say nothing, because I knew he was going to blow his top. I said, "Steve," I said, "I hate to tell you this, but your rims are gone." "My rims?" Says, "Which ones?" I said, "The $200 piece ones." Oh boy. His face got redder than, red. So, and he knew it was them two. And I said, "Steve," I said, "that garage was locked up. It's been forced in." He says, "Did you touch anything?" I said, "No." I said, "The door's forced open." I said, "I just happened to stuck in and see what was going, because I knew where the rims were." So he says, he looked at me. He says, "Hank," he says, "take my 4-wheeler." He had a Honda Foreman. That sucker, 4x4, that sucker was a beast. He says, "I tell you what I'm going to do." He says, "I'm going to go ahead and call the sheriff. He says, "Go ahead and take my 4-wheeler and head up to the other property, and you stay up there until when you see me coming in," he says, "I'll come up there and get you." He says, "You take my 4-wheeler up there," and he says, "Park it towards the back where the woods are." His 4-wheeler wasn't stolen or nothing. It's paid out right. But he just didn't want to get me involved into the situation. He says, "Just pull it up there and back it in and just watch." He says, "Back in far enough where you can still see kind of corner at the house." But he says, at the same time too, he says, "Lock that gate out." He says, "Don't lock it." He says, "Just chain it, put the lock to it, and turn it, act like it's locked." I said, "Okay." So I did. Not haul balls. So I turned around back out. As soon as I shut that 4-wheeler off, I seen them pulling in. And he made a report on his own kids. So he came up there, and I was sitting on the 4-wheeler. He come up there and he says, "I got that taken care of." He says, "Why you got the 4-wheeler up here, Jeff?" He says, "Hook up that trailer up and take it down to the house." So alright, it was an old military trailer. So alright. So I did. Just got done unhooking it. And while Steve, he was behind me, so he was pulling in. He told me where he wanted it at, and I unhooked it. About this time, they showed back up. As I said, and I wasn't that far from Steve, where Steve can hear me. I said, "Steve, heads up." They pulled in and acted like nothing didn't happen. He looks at me and he says, "Hey, Hank, he says, go up there and get that hay wagon and bring it down here on the 4-wheeler. And I know what he meant. So, okay. He says, make sure you got the pin. So I went to the garage, got the pin, what I was needing. I hit up there. Well, I went up there and hooked it up. Well, about this time, here they come up the road, pulling in. Well, about this time, Steve's right behind them. Well, by the time they passed me, didn't think twice of me being there. They passed me on the lane, going back there, and Steve passed me, and he says, Hank, he says, head down to the house, because he says, this is going to get bad. He says, this is going to get bad. He says, go on, just get out of here. He says, I don't want you to be involved in this. He says, I don't want you, you know. I said, all right. So I went on down to the house. Well, next thing you know, I hear the truck. I thought it was them coming back down the lane. It wasn't. It was him. Man, and I seen his hands his hands were swelled up. His hands so swelled up, he had to kind of maneuver, he had to grip like this on the steering wheel, and he was moving the steering wheel trying to, you know. I said, got the hay wagon unloaded, unhooked. I looked at him, I said, well, did you get it taken care of? He said, yeah. He says, I beat the crap out of him. He says, the sheriff, you know, he's gonna have him arrested. Yes, and Steve was the type of person used to. I see him take, you know, the weightlifting bar. It's got the weights on it where you can lift it like bench pressing. I've seen him at one time lift 300 pounds with one arm. Just pick it up, and push it up, and put it back down. At one time, you can't do it now, but he looked at me and he says, well, he says, I called the sheriff. He said, I called the law again. He says, what I want you to do is take my 4-wheeler. He says, I already stopped by the neighbors, which live across the road. Told him what's going on. I told him about you, that you're working for me, and he said, and I asked him if he can come over for a while, because he says, I told him that I don't want to get you involved into the situation. I don't want you to. He says nothing against you. He says, I just don't want you to be involved into it to the point to where, you know. He says, take my 4-wheeler over to his house and be over for a little bit. He says, I'll call and let you know when it's okay to come back over. He says, besides, he's got some work for you to do anyways. So, alright. So I drove the 4-wheeler over to his house. It's just like, pull out of his lane, go to the left, turn to the left, go up a little bit, make a right. It was like, right there. So I pull in, shut the 4-wheeler off. But see, with his 4-wheeler, I liked it. It didn't go by key, it went by a Tonka switch. You flip that Tonka switch up and press that start button. It didn't have a key to it. He had that specially made like that. And that's why nobody can get on his four-wheeler with the key and start it. And nobody knew how to start the four-wheeler except for a few of us know how to start that four-wheeler. It was a 5-speed, but that thing, boy, that thing can pull. Man, that thing can pull. I've seen one day he had a backhoe. Well, he was coming from his other property back down to his main property. Well, the four-wheeler kind of broke down on him. I forget what happened. Well, anyways, he told me, because I was with him when it happened, because I was on the side of the steps on the backhoe. He says, "Oh, snap." And it wasn't really that far from the house. He looks at me and he says, "Go get the four-wheeler and get the log chain." Alright. So I go up there and get it, come back, backed it up, hooked it, and I hooked to the bucket. Hooked that to the back end of that four-wheeler, around that tongue down there. Hooked it real good. And he looked at me and he says, "Now, Hank," he says, "now you listen to me." He says, "Once you start that four-wheeler," he says, "back it up a little bit where you got, it ain't tight." And he says, "Start it." He says, "Kick in the four-wheel drive, 4x4, he says, stick it in high." But when you stick it in high, you gotta move a little bit for it to kick in. And he says, as soon as you do that, he says, stick it in first gear. And he says, don't go no harder than second gear. And I said, "This four-wheeler ain't gonna pull this." He says, "Yeah, well." He says, "This is one of the reasons why I got it." He says, "Trust me." So, alright. Started that baby up, kicking in the 4 high, kicking in first gear, and I moved it up where you can feel it kick in. Then I started down the road. The tires kind of spin a little bit, but once I got that traction, I went down there, kicked in second gear, and it pulled. It didn't even squat the rear end of it, man. I was pulling the backhoe all the way in. And he told me when I went in and got the backhoe in there, down to the front of the garage, he says, "Make sure that you go at an angle." He says, "Make sure that the front tires are like towards the garage doors." He says, "That's way when you unhook me," he says, "you can back up four-wheeler out." So, alright. Pulled in there, pulled that bad boy. I told him, I said, "I can't believe this. I can't believe that, that this four-wheeler actually done it." He says, "Why do you think I got this four-wheeler around here for?" I've seen that sucker pull, and this ain't no joke. He's got a tandem trailer. It's made for to put like the backhoe or the skid steer on. That you could put like a skid steer or backhoe on there. I've seen that four-wheeler pull that tandem trailer just with nothing on it. Nothing. Pull it. You have to stick it in the four-wheel drive. But I've seen pull that tandem trailer like it wasn't nothing. Just like, I'm thinking, yeah. Now these are the type of tandem trailers that you put on the back of a dump truck to pull. I've seen them pull it with my own eyes, and I'm thinking, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Then he had another four-wheeler there. It was a Polaris. Well, this guy, that's a friend of ours. He ain't quite all up here, anyways. He hound him and hound him and hound him about that 4-wheeler. And the only thing was wrong with it that I need a new starter put on there and a battery. And one tire, and I think it was the back left tire needed because it kept going flat. So one day he come out there and he says, looks at me and he says, "Hank," I said, "What?" He says, "I know." I said, I hate to ask you doing this, but you're gonna." He says, "So and so's been helping me about that Polaris 4-wheeler." Well, this Polaris was automatic, but it couldn't do half the job that Honda did. It was just one of those type of 4-wheelers that it's an automatic that you can pull maybe a small trailer with stuff on the back, whatever type. It was one of those pissy ass 4-wheelers. He says, he's been hounding me and hounding me and hounding me about this, and he says, "Can you, by any chance, he says, it's going to need a starter and also a battery." He says, "I will pay you this amount of money to do it, if you can do it." Well, I said, "I'll have to see where the starter's at first, because I never really took the pieces off there to find out where the starter's at." So he showed me where it was at, how to get to it, how to take it off. And I said, "Yeah, if you showed me how to take it off," I said, "I know how to put it back." I said, "I don't know how to put it back on." So he showed me. Well, got everything done, put the battery in there, and I said, "Well, we're going to have to drain the old gas out of it before to put fresh gas in it." So I drained the gas out of it, put fresh gas in, fresh oil, everything. Started this bad boy up, put the new tire on, started this baby up. Well, pulled it out, and he says, "Because you have your low, high, if you push it all the way up, you got your reverse." He says, "Jeff," he says, "take that for a spin up to the other property and back and see how it does." He says, "Take it in high gear up, and when you come back, put it in low gear and see how it does." He says, "When you get down here, put it in reverse, everything." Alright. Did just fine in high gear. No problems. Put this sucker in low gear. It was doing just fine until I got halfway down to the house, and it acted like it wanted to cut out on me. It's like it wasn't either, and I knew it was getting plenty of fuel, because I checked the carburetor and everything on there. So it acted like it was slipping on me, like the transmission was slipping on me a little bit. So I'm thinking, well, it could be I figured it has been ran for a while, and I figured it's, that's one of the reasons why. So I pulled in, put in reverse, everything worked on reverse, and I told him, I said, "Man," I said, "when I was sticking in low," I said, it was acting like it was trying to cut out on me." He said, "Well, what do you think it is?" And I said, "Well, the only thing I can think of is it's never been ran for a while, and it's got this little winding noise to it." I said, "It was act like it was kind of cut out on me." And I said, "I'm thinking it can either transmission fluid's bad in it, needs to change transmission fluid, whatever. He says, let me take a spin on that and put it in low gear and see what you're talking about. So he did. Came back. He says, okay, so I understand what you're saying now. He says, go ahead and change that transmission fluid tonight. So I did. And so I said, Steve, I said, I'm going to try something here. And I said, this may sound crazy and stupid, but I said, since I strained out, I said, let me take some of that transmission fluid and pour through that and let it drain out, make sure all that gunk and stuff's out. He says, well, sure, go ahead and try it. Did that. Put everything back, plugged it up, put everything filled up where it needed to be. And started her up. Well, took it out for a spin, high gear, come back low gear. Perfect. Okay, he's adding this to this dude's bill. Because he's going to get his money back for the starter, he's going to get his money back for the battery, the tire, transmission fluid, oil, and he's adding to his bill. Because originally, he was selling to him for $1,500. And he had the title in hand for it. So by the time he got what he needed, he jacked the price up to $1,800 for everything. Well, when the guy came, he says, well, here's the $1,500. He says, well, much as I hate to do this to you, man, but he says, I had additional $300 to it. He could have charged him $2,000 for it to get, make his money back plus some, but he didn't. He says, jump on there. He says, Jeff did all the work on it. He says, I even took it after he wrote it. He says, everything's functioned just fine. But in the way, he really didn't want to sell it to him. Because he knows that he knows that he'll turn around and sell it right back to him. And he really didn't want to sell it. So, him and his wife was there. He got on there, started her up. Well, he tried to start it. Wouldn't start. He said, well, it won't start. And I said, you got it in neutral? So you got to stick it in neutral for it to start. I said, you see that little thing, that little circle right there in the middle? Yeah. I said, when you turn it on, I said, that's got to light up green. That's that you know it's in neutral. So I said, look at your side right here. I said, this is an automatic. It's not a standard. So I showed him where to put it. So he was out there taking for a spin. He told him to take it up the road and come back. He says, just don't knock stupid on it, because you get yourself hurt. Well, at that time, I went over to Steve. I said, I kind of fixed that problem for you. He says, what do you mean? I said, I said, did you really want to sell it to him for that price? He says, no. I said, well, I said, I fixed something on there. I said, it's easy. I said, it's an easy fix. He says, what'd you do? I said, you know where your carburetor is? He says, yeah. I said, you know that's got a shelf, because on this one had a shelf, on and off for your gas flow. I said, I turned that. I said, it's still getting gas. I said, it's still getting gas, but I said, not as much as it's supposed to. So I just turned that up just a little bit, where it's about halfway closed and halfway open. I said, I fixed it where it's just getting itty bitty gas through there. I said, it ain't gonna hurt it. I said, it ain't gonna hurt it. He says, no, you didn't. I said, yeah, I did. I said, I knew you don't want to sell that for. So he come back and he says, man, and it was, you could tell it was cutting out. He says, I don't know what the problem is on this, but it's cutting out on me. I don't know if I want to give you $1,800 for it. Well, he looked at me. He says, take that for a spin. See what's doing. Well, just by luck, the line was on my right-hand side instead of my left-hand side. So I reached down. I said, hold on. I said, I got to scratch the side of my leg. So at the same time, I was scratching my leg. I opened that baby wide open. Gas line. Opened that baby wide open. So I sat there and I started it up. And I let it sit for about a minute. Make sure the gas is flowing good. Took it for a spin, come back, and I said, I don't see a problem wrong with it. Steve says, He says, let me take it for a spin. So he took it for a spin, come back, and he says, I don't see nothing wrong with it either. He says, he looked at me, he says, did it cut out on you? No. It went through all the gears that I was supposed to, and high and low and everything. I said, I don't got any problems with it. I said, Steve, you got a problem with it? No. So this time, he had his back, he had the guy turn his back. So I went down there and adjusted to the same spot I had it before. Told him, just get on there and try one more time. So he did. Come back. He says, it's doing the same thing like it did before. So he says, forget it. He says, I ain't buying them. Steve says, well, that's on you. He says, if I sell it, I'll sell it. If I don't, I don't. I ain't the word of hurt. So they left. So I went over and I said, Steve, I said, look, I said, I turned it back about halfway. So I went down there and opened it right back open right up. And he busted out laughing. He says, I can't believe you done that. I said, well, you didn't want to sell it, did you? No. I said, well, I fixed his little red wagon. I said, he says, well, he says, since there's a new starter and stuff on there, Hank, he says, if now on Jeff, he says, you can use that full word anytime you need to use it. And then I had this old riding mower that he let me use. It was his old John Deere. Well, one day I forgot to take my keys out of it. Well, his boy went out there and grabbed hold of my keys and took the keys off. The key goes to that motor off. So I seen him do it. I seen his boy do it. I'm not stupid. I seen his boy do it. I wasn't watching, so I went up there and my keys was sitting on the seat. I knew that key was off there. So I went to Steve. I said, Steve came. I said, Steve. I said, come here. I said, I want that key back, that motor, because that's my key. That was my key. I said, your boy should never touch those keys. Oh, he didn't do no such thing. This boy come out there. I didn't touch it. I said, I'm going to tell you something. I said, Say it again, I said, I'm going to sucker punch you. I told him right straight right in front of his dad. I said, I'll sucker punch you right here. I said, say it again. I said over there, and I said, I sit right there beside your dad's truck and literally sit there and watch you literally take that key off my keychain and take it into the house. And I seen you set my keys on the seat. I watched you do it. Don't make me out of a liar. Steve says, oh no, Jeff, no. I said, I'm telling you now. Either give him my key back, or I said, because he had like 5 or 10 riding motors out there. I said, either give him my key back, or I'll set every single one of these riding motors on fire. And it ain't my loss, it's your loss, not mine. He said, well, I can get you for property damage. I said, you don't got no proof. You wouldn't have no proof. Because it's like he took my key. He said he didn't do it. It's your choice. Make a difference to me. Guess what? I got my key back. Matter of fact, I'll show you. There's the key. Now, I had this key for the past 10 years. But see, here's the thing. They was messing with me. And they thought I was stupid and dumb enough to believe it. But what he didn't realize was on that key, he had several extra sets sitting in the garage. And in the garage he had like 3 or 4 of these on each one, right? So I took a set and I hit him. After that incident, I took a set of keys identical to this one and I put them in the spot where they pass it every day. It was like right underneath their nose. But they didn't know it. What I did was I lifted the hood on that mower and I had a thing over here on the side to where I knew that it wouldn't touch nothing to catch the mower on fire or nothing. I set those keys inside there and tied it and took a zip tie and put it in that ring and zip tied it to the side right there where kind of not tight but tight where it wouldn't move. I had a set of keys sitting there just in case they want to take my set of keys. But I had that motor set up where you just turn the key on and flip it, and the only thing I had to do is take the Tonka switch, flip it up long enough to start the motor and then flip it back down. That's how I got it set up. So they really didn't know how to start that motor. But then what I did too, I took a flat-handed screwdriver, like this one. I took the very end and filed it this way and filed it this way just enough to fit in that hole, turn it. Just to fit in there long enough, just turn that switch on for me to start it. Flip that tongue switch up, long start, and flip back down. And I did this for the longest time. They couldn't figure out how I was starting it. I kept that screwdriver right in my front pocket at all times. And one day he come out there, and I was using the mower. He looks at me and he says, "How you starting that mower?" Because I was still using it. I had the key on me, but it was in my pocket. He says, "How you starting that mower without the key?" I said, "That's something that you'll never know." I said, "You have to understand, you know how my dad was. You know he was a mechanic. And he says, he taught me a lot of stuff over the years. But you think I'm going to sit here and tell you how I'm starting that motor? You know it goes by that Tonka switch, right? Yeah. But how you turn the ignition?" I said, "That's something you'll never know." For the longest time, he never figured it out until one day I caved in. I said, "Steve." So I pulled the screwdriver out. I said, "Look what I done. Now this right here is perfect. I can stick it into ignition and turn it." I said, "Look, this screwdriver." I said, "You see anything funny about this screwdriver?" I said, "This is mine. I don't even have he's got one of them engravers, right? That you can engrave in the metal and stuff." And I said, "Look," I said, look, it's got my name on it. This is mine." I said, "What's what I do?" I said, "You see anything weird about this screwdriver?" He says, "No." I said, "You sure? You don't see nothing odd about this certain screwdriver?" "No." I said, "What's what I do?" I went over to the motor, stuck in this switch like this, turned it. Flipped that toggle switch long enough for it to start, and push that down. I said, "There you go." And he made him so doggone mad. I said, "There's a will, there's a way." And I said, "You got to learn. I learn from the best." Exactly, Tony. That's redneck. I said, "Furthermore, why do you think I don't pull my key out anymore? Why do you think I don't leave my keys into the ignition switch? Why do you think I don't do it anymore? Why do you think I use a screwdriver?" I said, "I can go to any motor that you got around here and use that screwdriver, just turn that this switch and start it." And on the newer motors, Tony, it takes a certain type of key, and I proved this to him. He thought for sure that it wouldn't do it. I said, "Yeah, it will." He had this newer motor, right? I mean, it won't stay in there, but you can take this key to a newer motor, put it in there, and start it, and then pull that key out, and you put the keys back in your pocket. But what you have to do is you got to take the key back out and put it in there to shut it off. I proved that point to him. He says, "There's no way," because he had another motor sitting there. He says, "There's no way that's going to start that motor." I said, "Yeah, it will." "No, it won't." "Yeah, it will. Watch." took that key and started that motor up, and I said, "What's this?" I went over to his commercial motor. So watch this. Put that key down in there. Started his commercial motor up. I started 4 motors up with the same key. And I told him, I said, "I'm telling you now. You just seen what I did with your own eyes." So I went back, shut them all off by the same key. And I had my screwdriver on me. I said, "Now, if I key can start that motor, my screwdriver can start." And I said, "I'm going to tell you now." I said, you better switch out them ignition switches. Because if not, anybody can come up in here and start these motors up and take off. Anybody. He says, "Well, I'll be doggone." He says, he says, "I learned something new." I said, "Yeah, you got to, man." I said, "I've been around long enough around this equipment that I know. I told him, I said, "Man, I can even get in your skid steer and start it up with the key." Or I could take a screwdriver up in there and start it. So I'm telling you, you better take with somebody who's been around, doing stuff like this. I said, "I've been doing this stuff for years, man." So he went and had his good motor switched out. This is where I couldn't take that key to it and start it. They make them, but he had a different key. And then what he did was he put a tag on it and marked which this key went to, and this key went to, and this key went to, and even to his skid steer. The only difference they do those keys, they put that black piece on there on them. That's the only difference they do to them. They make, He says, "I learned something new." He says, "Good thing you showed me that." He says, "Or I wouldn't have believed you." He says, "Nah, I'll believe you. Anything you tell me from now on," he says, "Nah, I'm taking your word for it." There's a guy that lives out here. He's got a riding mower. It's sitting out here. I can get on it and start it up and take off. If I want to. I can go out there right now. It's got a riding mower sitting out here. It's Craftsman. Nice mower too. You paid $100 for it. Nice one. Well, he sized the paint, the rims, the tire rims on the inside. He sized the paint, the inside of them suckers purple. Purple. He took a milk crate and put it on the back of the mower where he can go to the... And this is a highway. He drives that motor car into town to down here to the gas station. And there's 3 major roads that you have to cross going into town. Well, actually 2 major roads. Because Jameson Road goes from one into the other. But I'm talking 2 major roads that lead you up to the highway. He'll drive out clear in town and drive clear back out here. And I told somebody here the other day. Well, see, somebody was going to pay me $10 here one day. It was broad daylight. He says, "Jeff," he says, "I'll pay you $10 to go on that motor and take off for him. Go over and park it on the other side of so-and-so's over here." I said, "I'm not going to do that." He says, "Why not?" I said, "For one, I'm going to get caught doing it. 2, we got cameras out here that is running 24/7. I'm not going to do that. Because it's going to catch me leaving on tomorrow. And I said, now, if we didn't have no cameras out there, yeah, I'll be crazy never do it for $10. I said, if we didn't have the cameras, and I know he took off on his bike, yeah, I'll do it for $10. Matter of fact, I said, I'll take it around back and park it out back on the other side of the garage. Well, we got a garage and a storage unit. So I said, I'll park on the other side of the garage and let him think where it went to. But I said, somebody would squeal. I said, nah, I said, it ain't worth me getting in any trouble. It's not worth it. And I said, plus, I said, it ain't worth me getting kicked out of here just because of that. And I said, I'm not doing it. It's not worth that. And I said, now, if he's down at the gas station or something, and I'm down that way, or I know he's at Kroger's or something, you know, I said, I'll just do it just for the giggles. I'll park in a different parking spot. I said, I won't take off on it, but I said, I'll park it somewhere else where it make him think that. Or take it up here to the auction house up here and park it behind the auction house. Yeah, he drives out more in town, drives clear back out here, and I told somebody here the other day, he's going to get busted on that mower before long. Somebody's going to catch on to it, and somebody's going to make a complaint. I'm surprised he hasn't got pulled over by the state boy. I'm surprised. Very surprised. I'm waiting. I told him one day, I said, man, I said, if you're coming down here at 22, I said, go right, I said, get on the opposite side. I said, you ain't supposed to. If you ride a bicycle or something like that, you gotta go flow with traffic. Either way. Told him one day, I said, man, I said, once you get on the opposite side of the road over here, and I said, get up here to Jameson Road, turn right there, there's a road right here that's off the highway. I said, take it on down, drive it in. I said, pull in right there where the auction house is, drive it down that way, then go where you need to go. So I said, you're going to get busted on that one of these days, man. And I said, they're going to get in trouble, and then they're going to confiscate your motor. And then there you be. But he won't listen. He won't listen. That's what, and he ain't going to listen to me. Because I'm afraid somebody's going to make a complaint, and they're going to confiscate, they're going to bring the road back. And they're going to confiscate right then and there. Because see, he mows this guy's yard over here with it. And I think that's where he got his mower from. Okay, Tony, I hate to do this, but it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I got to get up in a couple hours because I got to go over and do paperwork around 1:30. So I want to try to get a couple hours with the sleep before that, and then plus I got to be down at the auction house. It's going to be a long day for me, so I'm getting off. I'll catch you on tonight's live. I'll be on. So you be safe, be well. I appreciate you sticking out this long. So, I'll catch you on my next live. Be safe, be well, take care. This is the High Piper. Oh, good Lord.